Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was Death's Gurdian on Percy Jackson verse movie? Sasuke trembled as he attempted to make his way from the Valley of the End. He could feel someone approaching from far away. His senses were in overdrive, every part of his soul and cells trembling from exposure to such a powerful battle and that weird chakra Naruto had exposed him to. It was unlike anything else he had ever sensed, and it left him overly sensitive to the chakra in the air. He was about to fully leave the valley, and Naruto's barely conscious body, when a powerful presence exploded into existence, knocking him to his knees. Light, silver and pure, filled the space around him. It was stronger by far than anything he had ever felt, sort of reminding him of the cursed seal, only less corruptive and hateful. More intense and focused, radiating with purity and a sense of justice, if that made any sense. Lady Artemis, he heard Kakashi, the other presence clearly having caught up to him, say with a rare reverence. "What are you doing here?" The light faded and Sasuke, feeling his strength restoring just as its mere presence, turned around and saw a woman more beautiful than anything he had ever seen. She was young, maybe his age, but far taller than he was and well built. She had the body any ninja would be jealous of, with muscles everywhere and long red hair falling in a tight braid down her back. She was dressed in Anbu garb, and her eyes were a silverish yellow that matched the glow around her perfect body. She turned to him from her place, right above Naruto. "I am here to take away my son. Not forever. He has a destiny in this world, but I have foreseen, as has my brother, that Jiraiya will never teach him what he needs to know. He will come to rely on the power of the fox and other beings and never gain the skills he needs to be great. In my world, my homeland, he had gained the many things he needs to become whole and happy and gain the power he needs to overcome his enemies in this world." She bent down and effortlessly lifted Naruto up, the boy's many wounds sealing shut just by being exposed to her light. "My boy, I always wanted to meet you in person, but with divine laws I could not. Sasuke, I will mask your departure, but know that you too have a destiny and it is intertwined with Naruto. If you want to defeat Itachi in truth, you will need help. That is what I have foreseen. I cannot fault your fight with him, for I would be as hateful should those I loved would have been slaughtered. Go child, but never forget this bond you have nearly severed." Light swirled around Sasuke, and when it faded, he saw what he assumed was the entrance to Orochimaru's base before him. He managed to stand, feeling his chakra levels somewhat restored from the woman's clearly divine presence. He managed to stand and walked into the base, her words haunting him as he did. Was she really right, and would he need help to defeat Itachi? Should he tell Orochimaru about this? So many painful questions. So Lady Artemis took him, Tsunade's side, looking at Kakashi, who was ready to cry even if he was hiding it exceptionally well. "I am shocked you didn't fight back. She was strong enough to beat Minato-sensei and Kushina at the same time. I would have been slaughtered. Besides, she has the right, she is his godmother." Tsunade saw Jiraiya cringe, a pained look on his face. "Are you upset that his godmother is going to do more for him than you are?" She enjoyed rubbing this in, though she never told Naruto she resented Jiraiya for never being there for his godson from the moment she learned of his connection to the boy. "I remember her prophetic powers, they may never have been equal to Apollo's, but she was rarely wrong. To think you would have wasted Naruto's time and taught him so little that a goddess would have to intervene, it's pathetic. I should beat you bloody for this, but I won't. Your shame will be your punishments and whatever she teaches him to think of you afterwards. I know he will not be okay with your books after she gets a hold of him." Jiraiya cringed again, looking hurt. "I screwed up. Okay, not like you haven't done that." "No, but never with a kid. Never with a kid I swore to raise and protect. She had a reason. Gods cannot raise kids, even their god kids. I am just thankful she is taking him to a place where time passes differently. He will have 5 years, not 3, to get strong. We both know she will make him far stronger than even you are in that time. With her blessing, training and whatever jutsu she teaches him. Minato and Kushina taught her a lot from what sensei wrote in his journals. She was even friends with my grandmother Mito, and I know she taught her son sealing as well. Just watch out for your comeuppance." She stood up. "Now I just have to tell the council, many of them knew of Artemis before she left for her world. They will not be happy, but I can't see them complaining too much. She was scary, too scary to whine about. Naruto panicked immediately, the moment he woke up. The place he was in was unfamiliar and filled with noise he couldn't place. He was shaking by the time he managed to sit up, getting a good view of the room he was in. It was large, maybe the size of his entire apartment, with the walls covered in seals, not that he understood them, and random pictures of his life. He saw a bow and quiver on one way that looked oddly familiar to him, though he couldn't place how. On the far wall was a closet, and it had a paper taped to it that was actually glowing. Unable to stop himself, Naruto hesitantly approached it, his curiosity too high for him to ignore. When he got close to it, he saw the writing was in his language so he could read it. Dear Naruto, I cannot reveal my name, due to laws in our family, but what I can do is tell you that I am your godmother. Your parents were great friends of mine, two amazing people. I, like Jiraiya, was labeled as your godmother, but unlike him I was literally unable to raise you or see you due to old laws that prevented me. I did visit you as a baby though in secret. When I found you at the Valley of the End, wounded and near death, I used my powers to see how your fight went, and I realized how badly you have been failed. Jiraiya literally tossed you down a cliff to teach you what could have been managed through the Yamanaka clan helping you with their clan jutsu or any number of things. He barely taught you, as did Kakashi. You were mistreated by your entire village for something beyond your control, and yes, I know of the fox, your mother held the fox before you did. Naruto had to stop there, the news too much for his mind. Mom had the fox before me, and I have godparents. Jiraiya was my godfather, why wasn't he there? He screamed out, wanting to rage and hurt something. He stopped though, as the glow of the letter brightened, drawing his attention again. Now that you were near death and I had proof of your neglect, I could take you from your world. Yes, your world. I am from another world entirely. Yes, your parents and many in the village knew. There is no chakra here, but you still have yours, don't worry. However, you must keep this a secret from normal civilians, for magic, chakra and other forces are hidden by a powerful force you will learn of later. Think of it like a natural genjutsu. Now, in a few months you will learn of my identity, but first I need you to live in this world and train for this summer. You will be attending school and learning of this world. I know you hate this type of learning, but it is vital you do this. Have your clone read if it bothers you so much. I have left scrolls and books on various subjects, including videos on the languages of this world, in a closet in the other room. There are also scrolls on taijutsu, sealing, jutsu and other things so you can become a great ninja. Normally I would be forbidden to do this, however due to your bringing so much glory to my household, through your actions in Wave and Snow and other places, I was given permission from my lord to do this. Do not take it lightly, nor should you get cocky. I would also learn to wield that bow if I were you. I am famous for my use of the bow here and I would love to share something with you. I want you to become a badass ninja. I will make you Hokage, I promise. We will do this, but it will take time, my love. You must work hard and do more than just learn jutsu. It requires brains, so we must strengthen yours. I cannot talk for too much longer. Read the scrolls labeled 1 to 10 before anything else. It will acclimate you to this world beyond language so you understand money, history and behavior. I am sorry for your life and my lack of a part in it, please forgive me. Thank you. Love the women lucky enough to be your godmother. P.S. I will send you back to your world after 5 years, but don't worry. Only 3 years will pass in your world, so you won't miss anything important. Oh, and don't worry about Sasuke, you will find him one day and bring him home. I have faith in you. Stunned and baffled, Naruto sat down. He believed the women, he wasn't sure how, but he did. Something in his soul told him to buy it all. Maybe it was that weird glow, but he knew it was true. And it made him smile, knowing someone cared about him, loved him enough to take him away and care for him. It was uplifting, warming and made him feel valued for once. Actually crying, Naruto made 10 clones and set them off to read as she suggested. He was going to dominate this world and for once be fully happy. He couldn't wait to meet his godmother and figure this world out. He would become Hokage and save Sasuke. Believe it. What do you mean Naruto is not in this world? Danzo's words were harsh, filled with unbridled malice that brought Tsunade nothing but joy. For a man who declared emotions unimportant, he was sure showing a lot of them. Smiling, she leaned forward, looking at the entire council. As many of know, Artemis Uzumaki once lived in this village. She was an incredible ally, an archer of tremendous skill and a healer whose powers rivaled my own. She outclassed almost everyone and rivaled my grandfather in battle. What you may not know is that she wasn't human, at all. She was the daughter of two immortals, god species from another world, one without chakra. In this world gods, magic and monsters rule. Chakra, as it manifested here, never appeared there. The gods however are very, very real. Artemis is one of a council of the strongest 12 gods and goddesses, the Olympians. She is the strongest of the second generation, rivaled only by her twin brother Apollo and sister Athena due to the tremendous worship they obtained and the domains they inherited. She is the goddess of the hunt, wilderness, the moon, women, girls, chastity, wild animals, nature, childbirth and children, disease and healing. She was and is the protectress of children and women. She came to our world to find new things to hunt, and crafted the forest of death with my grandfather shortly after the founding of the leaf. It is her blessing that makes the beasts within grow to such size and power. What you may also not know is that she befriended Kushina and Minato, Naruto's parents, to the point where they were almost her lovers. Both of them, though she would never give into that feeling as she swore to be a virgin forever. She vowed to be the godmother to any child they had, and when the opportunity presented itself she would aid that child in any way she could. When Naruto fell in the Valley of the End, his dying life force must have called her. She read his life and future and realized that Naruto would not do well if she left him alone, so she sent him to her world where he could grow and become great before returning in 3 years. There was nothing but silence, pained and confused, and then Danzo snorted. You must be deranged to believe such nonsense. There are no gods, only those that would destroy you for running your mouth, old man. Powerful and filled with light, a voice filled the room alongside the present Tsunade knew to be Artemis. Everyone gasped when she appeared in a flash of light, her power and presence dominating everyone. I assure you, not only am I goddess, I existed long before your sage of 6 paths was sparkle in his father's eye. Do not question me or my power, I am not one to be trifled with. Tsunade leaned back, smirking at the many different sensor types present in the room, attempted to scope out her powers. They wouldn't be able to do it, she was basically a being of pure natural energy. Only a sage or those that could sense natural energy, could even fathom her powers. Even Tsunade could only barely do it, and that was due to exposure as a young child. My lady, you, Shukaku, ever the elegant being, struggled to even speak. What could Naruto learn from your world, without chakra or access to jutsu? If you don't mind me asking, I just want to know. Artemis smirked. Who says he has no access to jutsu? I have seen more jutsu than even the third Hokage had, my memory is flawless and I wrote them down for Naruto. I have a perfect knowledge of sealing as well, so he will learn that as well. As for what else he can learn, well, the sword and combat styles of my people, different battle tactics, alchemy and magic of various types, archery, as he will receive my blessing and be well trained in it. More importantly, he will learn to work as a team, to value himself, to see himself as worthy and to realize his potential. He will make friends and family and gain an appreciation for art and himself. All things your village has failed to teach him. Or not even bothered, to be honest. Hashirama and my dear Toby would be ashamed to know what you all have allowed this place to become. I expect change when I return with Naruto. She turned and faced the elders, who both stood and bowed low. I thank you both for summoning me, I fear what would have come without it. We too fear that, my lady. We knew you would allow the boy greater power and potential than Jiraiya would. We saw that all he trained the boy to use it the power of the fox, and that would never do. Homura turned and glared at a red-faced Jiraiya. You are a disgrace. And yet you wanted me to become Hokage. Jiraiya was smug, like he had won some great victory. Kaharu rolled his eyes. Only as we had no other choice, we did not see any chance of Tsunade returning. It was fortuitous that she did, for we would have been doomed with you at the helm. Turning back to the Tsunade, she offered a rare warm smile. Hiruzen believed we hated the boy, that could not have been further from the truth. We disliked his actions and we wanted him to take his role as weapon and ninja more seriously. However, we always admired his loyalty, love for the village and willingness to suffer for it. Not many are like that. He can make a wonderful Hokage, we do not doubt that. He only needs discipline, experience and power. Something he will learn from his godmother. To say Tsunade was baffled would have been the largest understatement. She, like her master, had assumed the worst of the elderly pair. Only the worst. To learn that they had respect for someone like Naruto was, well, baffling to say the least. Yes, he will, Artemis said, drawing back the attention. The boy has great potential, stronger than either of his parents even without my blessing. Who knows what he will become with it? Even I cannot accurately predict that. Even my brother, for all of his power of prediction, is in the dark for this. Smiling, she turned to Jiraiya. Why you chose to neglect him I will never know. You had little excuse for it. I know of the prophecy you are thinking Naruto fits, and he does. The outcome will not change with my actions, but the surrounding factors will. Lives lost, lives saved, ease of conquest, that will change. Majorly, I might add. Your life is one of those things that will depend on our godchild's actions. That is abundantly clear. I must depart. Do not attempt to find him, you will only waste your time. There is no way for mortals such as you to cross realms. Even if you could, you would be destroyed. It took much convincing of my father, my king, to allow Naruto passage to help our child of prophecy. Oh, one last thing, I cannot believe I almost forgot. This is vital. Time passes differently between realms. Naruto will be gone 3 years here, but it may be 4 or 5 in my world. He will be nearly or literally an adult by his return. I expect that he will be allowed to enter his parents' home by then. Now, that is all. May you all be well. Silver light exploded around her, and she was gone, leaving Tsunade to smirk at her counsel. I can answer any question you have. That was a mistake, as she wouldn't end up leaving the room for another 3 hours. 3 months later, on Earth. Wow, that's a lot of cars. Naruto shivered, hating the things. They smelled horrible, were loud and made him nauseous. Trains were okay, he didn't mind them so long as they weren't packed. He had been on them before, during his time at the Land of Snow. Just looking at cars made him uncomfortable, but he withstood the feeling as much as he could, moving towards the large building before him. It was a campus, an academy of higher learning. Yanxi Academy was where his godmother wanted him to go, to learn of the world he was in, its history, and to adapt to the culture he was in. He hated the idea, he hated school, but her newest letter promised him 2 new jutsu if he was good by some holiday called Christmas, so he went. Speaking of jutsu, Naruto knew that if he went back in time and fought Sasuke, he would have thrashed him. Not only had he learned about this world, its language and culture and history, but he had learned a new taijutsu style called Hummingbird that was all about quick flittering movements, relearned the Academy Little Tree style since the letter said he sucked at it. He didn't like that, but he listened anyway. They were right about the shadow clones after all. Learned 3 new chakra control exercises and got so good he could do the Rasengan on his own without a clone, and he started learning about sealing, which he really liked. The letters from his godmother also promised he'd start with a sword soon and learn 2 separate styles, which he really thought was cool. All in all, he loved his godmother. She wasn't physically there, but she was giving him jutsu. Always had ramen in the house even if he had to learn to cook. The scrolls and letters demanded it, other things, and seemed to really want him to be strong. He realized just how much Jiraiya and Kakashi had sucked. He was learning so easily now and he was thriving. Yeah, he had to read a dictionary and learn big words in both his language and English so he could keep up, but it was worth it. He was getting stronger and smarter. He felt amazing. He could see it too. He looked buffer, like Lee did. His godmother left him with weights and had him training super hard like Lee did, every day while his clones read. He couldn't go on missions or anything, but he could get stronger and work out, so it was worth it. He had to do his chakra exercises in a secluded forest near his apartment so other humans wouldn't find out about his powers, which was weird. Still, he was loving this world. People were nice to him. Store clerks smiled at him and sold him goods freely. He wasn't considered a demon or a loser or anything. It was a fresh start that he was in love with. On some level, though he could barely admit it to himself, he didn't miss the leaf. This was heaven to him. Sigh, time to go back to school. Naruto groaned to himself as he walked into the school with his bags on his back, ready to start this next part of his life. He wasn't too happy about it, but he figured his godmother hadn't been wrong yet, so why doubt her now? Even if that meant going back to school. Semicolon. Finally, it seems you were good for something, dear uncle. Artemis smirked deeply, watching as her godson walked into Yansei Academy. Though he didn't know it, Naruto had been blessed by her power when she stole him away and now had an extremely powerful aura. Only a child of the big three was comparable, and even then it wouldn't last given the nature of chakra. Percy Jackson, Poseidon's son, possessed a fine aura and would mask her poor godson. She was glad she had scouted the boy out when her contacts in the sea contacted her about a potential sea prince. It made hiding Naruto far easier. His aura would be too easily identified as hers and that wouldn't do for now. She had too many enemies and he wasn't strong enough yet. He could fight many monsters, that was true, but that wasn't her worst enemies. No, there were gods that would love to get their hands on him. Something she would never allow. Naruto found that school wasn't too bad, not in this world. Sure, some of the students were turds and some of the staff were worse, like Miss Dodds, but most were fine and non-biased, except against one student, Percy Jackson, who seemed to never do right in anyone's eyes except Mr. Brunner, the Latin teacher. Seeing himself in Percy, who hadn't had much contact with at first for reasons he wasn't sure of, Naruto made a point to befriend him. He hated people being bullied, and that was what Percy was by the staff, so he made friends with him. Percy was a fun kid, a little younger than Naruto, but very funny and actually really smart in his own way. He was easy to be around. They ended up sharing a lot of things: a crappy home life, an absentee father, dead in Naruto's case but still the feeling remained, a hatred of bullies and injustice, a love of fun and dislike of school, a diagnosis of ADHD, though Naruto's was definitely more extreme according to the school psychologist. Naruto, having mastered 2 languages and having a foothold on whatever the heck ceiling was, offered and actually helped Percy with his dyslexia and taught him a little bit of Japanese, and it really showed where Percy was actually excelling at school, well in comparison to what he was doing before, scrapping by with AB average instead of AD. Naruto was so good at this he was actually allowed to become a paid tutor, so he got to get along with a lot of students. Which was weird all on its own. Naruto felt and realized that he was far from dumb. He was actually pretty smart in his own way, he just had issues with focus. The exercises the psychologist showed him really helped, and so did meditation, which, while dumb, was really helpful. His godmom had him doing meditation thanks to the scrolls, so he had extra reasons for it. Even if he hated sitting that still, it helped with the drifting thoughts and irritating inability to focus when he needed to. There was one disadvantage to being Percy's friend, and that was Grover. Naruto couldn't stand Grover. It wasn't because he was disabled or vegetarian, it was because he was annoying, stuttered a lot and was sort of a leech on Percy. Naruto couldn't help but feel annoyed whenever Grover was around, but he hid it well and satisfied himself with his new favorite food, well, ramen notwithstanding, mango ice cream with coconut syrup. Things really just seemed to be going well. Christmas, 4 months of schooling, and in a world that doesn't hate him on principle. Wind-style gale palm. Naruto, standing on top of a pond near his school, thrust out his hand, tossing the swirling gale towards his clone. The clone buckled, collapsing inwards and flying backward at least 5 feet before falling into the water with a puff of smoke signaling his destruction. I did it, my first jutsu other than the Rasengan or summoning. I knew I could do it. Leaping for joy, Naruto turned skyward and smiled at the beautiful moon above him. For some reason it felt wonderful on his skin, the moonlight, and he felt stronger and more self-assured with it. He couldn't explain why, but it also made him feel closer to his godmother. Like she was watching him, silly a thought as that was. But it was also in times like these that he missed his old life, even if he had realized something. This life was better, he was happier here than he had ever been. No one was mean to him because of the fox, he never worried about food or getting stronger. People actually gave him a chance to prove he wasn't an idiot. He never felt the urge to prank anything to get attention because no one hated or ignored him here. He felt right in this world, with its weird technology and strange language. I hate to admit it, but on some level 1, I don't want to go home. This place makes me happier, enough of that. He slapped his face. I have to focus on the now, I can't focus on what I cannot control. I have to focus on getting stronger and proving myself so I can beat Sasuke and become Hokage. I'll use what I am learning here to make my world better for me. That is my new dream, believe it. Maybe it was his imagination, but the moon seemed to glow brighter, as if acknowledging his pact with himself. Okay, next jutsu, water bullet jutsu, I wonder what my element is. The scrolls said I had one but I haven't tested them, maybe my parents were a wind and water type so she thinks I am going to be one too, curious. Stop Nancy. Naruto frowned at the girl, just as she raised her arm to throw a piece of her sandwich at Grover's head. She had done it earlier, when he was sitting with someone else, but now that he was sitting with Percy, since they had made a stop, he wasn't in the mood to deal with her crap. He glared at her, quiet and deadly, he hated her. She was the most annoying of the students he had to tutor and by far the dumbest. She bullied everyone, harassed everyone else and just made a scene of herself. She was the most annoying person he had ever met, even worse than Ino could be. I'm not Miss Dodds, I will deal with you. Her hands froze, stopping her from throwing something at poor annoying Grover. Something funny he had discovered in this world, people while unaware of chakra could actually feel it if it spiked. His scrolls had taught him how to break seals on his body by spiking his chakra, and how it could be used to intimidate people. He had started using it on others when they annoyed him, and it was funny to watch them cower. In this case Nancy was actually shaking, though she just thought he was being intimidating. How do you do that? Percy asked him, curious and confused. Even Miss Dodds leaves you alone when you look at her like that. He just shrugged, happy to lie to his friend. His godmom had been pretty clear that he was to mask his powers here in this world. I'm just that good. A lie, he knew he wasn't that good. Yeah, he was way stronger than he used to be, but having gotten stronger and having access to real lesson plans made him realize how behind he had been. He knew that he was probably on par with a Chunin, or so was his guess. If he didn't use Kyuubi's chakra, that was, he wasn't sure how strong he was with that power. From what he read in the scrolls he had probably been about Jonin level before. Now he would be much stronger since had actually had a style, jutsu, and had been learning tactics and strategy and had started to calm down enough to think things through. Well, consider me jealous, I was ready to deck her. Percy meant it too, he was a violent one deep down and Naruto admired that about him. He liked to beat stupid people up too, just like with Mizuki. Same, how are you feeling, Grover? He turned over the strange boy, who flinched at his name and all but shook while speaking. Oh, I'm fine, really I like peanut butter. In your hair, seriously. He tried to not be mean but Grover made it hard. You're going to have to stand up for yourself sometime, lest everyone just walks over you forever. Hopefully Grover would get that one day. Deciding to stay with Percy, to protect him from Nancy's crap mostly, Naruto kept pace with him while they eventually entered the museum. It was a boring event. He had already had his clones memorize everything about the Greek gods he could find since it was half of Latin class, and he really wanted to prove that he wasn't stupid. Maybe he was being foolish, but that really mattered to him. He had someone that cared if he did well, so, sue him for trying to be better. Mr. Brunner led the museum tour. He rode up front in his wheelchair, guiding them through the big echoey galleries, past marble statues and glass cases full of really old black and orange pottery. Naruto wondered if anything in his world was that old. He hadn't paid enough attention in history to know that. Brunner gathered them around a 13-foot-tall stone column with a big sphinx on the top, and started telling how it was a grave marker, a steal, for a girl about their age. He told about the carvings on the sides. It was actually starting to get kind of interesting. But to no one's shock Nancy Bobofit snickered something about the naked guy on the stele, and Percy turned around and said, "Will you shut up?" Naruto couldn't help but snickering a little at Percy's stunned, red face when it came out rather loud. The whole group laughed. Mr. Brunner stopped his story. "Mr. Jackson," he said, "did you have a comment?" "No, sir," Percy said, his voice low and filled with frustrated embarrassment. Mr. Brunner pointed to one of the pictures on the stele. "Perhaps you'll tell us what this picture represents." A look of relief, oddly enough, crossed Percy's face. Looking at the picture, Naruto realized why. It was the easiest depiction to get. Percy got majorly lucky. That's Kronos eating his kids, right? Yes, Mr. Brunner said, obviously not satisfied. And he did this because, well, Kronos was the king god, and God, Mr. Brunner asked. Titan, he corrected, and he didn't trust his kids, who were the gods. So, Kronos ate them, right? But his wife hid baby Zeus, and gave Kronos a rock to eat instead. And later, when Zeus grew up, he tricked his dad, Kronos, into barfing up his brothers and sisters. Said one of the girls. And so there was this big fight between the gods and the titans, I continued, and the gods won. Some snickers from the group. Behind them, Nancy Bobofit mumbled to a friend, like we're going to use this in real life. Like it's going to say on our job applications, please explain why Kronos ate his kids. And why, Mr. Jackson, Brunner said, to paraphrase Miss Bobofit's excellent question, does this matter in real life? Busted, Grover muttered. Shut up, Nancy hissed, her face even brighter red than her hair. At least Nancy got packed, too. Mr. Brunner was the only one who ever caught her saying anything wrong. He had radar ears. Percy shrugged, but Naruto was actually giving this some thought as the story resonated with him, his life. I don't know, sir. I see. Mr. Brunner looked disappointed. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Everyone turned to Naruto, who all but saw Gaara in his mind, then himself. They expected the gods to be monsters and overthrow their father, but by trying to undo them before they could act, Kronos created the environment needed for them to become the threat he feared. He shuddered a little. Like Gaara, everyone saw him as a monster and hurt him, so he became a monster. Like I could have easily become. Single quote. Mr. Brunner nodded. And this is relevant to real life because you shouldn't turn on people out of fear and expect nothing in return. People became what you make of them, especially kids and those you have power over. I guess the moral here is don't abuse people, especially out of paranoia and fear. Monsters are made, not born. Brunner seemed almost moved by Naruto's statement. Very good, Mr. Uzumaki, you seem to understand the lesson very well. Personal experience, Naruto said, not intending to let that out. Yeah. After that everyone was dismissed for lunch. Grover, Percy and Naruto were about to follow when Mr. Brunner said, Mr. Jackson. Percy told them to keep going, and so they did, leaving Naruto to his painful thoughts. Realizing, not for the first time, just how close he could have become to fulfilling that prophecy the world had projected on him out of spite, fear and hate. How, like the gods, he had been branded a monster long before he had done anything. Like Gaara, he could have become a monster that the world had feared. Like the gods, he could have overthrown the regime of those above him. It was a sobering thought, one he wasn't sure he liked thinking about, and so he tried his best to shut it down, thinking about his nighttime training with his clones that he would be doing today. Today was the day he was going to start his archery, to honor his godmother and bond with her when they met. He had been putting it off, too used to wanting powerful jutsu to think about archery, but the scrolls proved to him how powerful archery could really be. He had been kind of short-sighted. Something he had been far too often, as he had learned. ADHD was fun like that. The class gathered on the front steps of the museum, where they could watch the foot traffic along Fifth Avenue. Overhead, a huge storm was brewing, with clouds blacker than Naruto had ever seen over the city. It was strange to Naruto. It made his skin tingle, as if chakra was being used. It reminded him of the mist Zabuza used, how it felt wrong somehow. There had been massive snowstorms, flooding, wildfires from lightning strikes all over the place. Nobody else seemed to notice, except maybe Percy, who was looking skyward with a shaken expression. Some of the guys were pelting pigeons with Lunchables crackers. Nancy Bobofit was trying to pickpocket something from a lady's purse, and, of course, Mrs. Dodds wasn't seeing a thing. Grover, Percy and of course Naruto sat on the edge of the fountain, away from the others. Detention? Grover asked. Nah, Percy said, not from Brunner. I just wish he'd lay off me sometimes. I mean, I'm not a genius. That bothered Naruto. He swore he heard himself in Percy's words, the same tendency towards self-abuse and hate. To insult himself and his intelligence before anyone else could. You're not dumb, Percy, you're actually really smart. These smarmy teachers don't know shit about that, they're just too willing to hate you. My old home was like that to me, so almost failed out of school 3 times. Percy's eyes were wide. But you're a top student here. I got help and I realized that I deserved better, plus the meditation and stuff they teach here to deal with my ADHD is really helping. Not to mention Shadow Clone's reading helped his boredom majorly. No one really cared about me before, so I just bought into the idea that I was worthless, but that isn't true for you. Since I started tutoring you, you've become a solid B student. You're really smart, you just have to stop seeing yourself as less than amazing. A silence filled the space between them, but by its end a smile crossed Percy's face. I guess so, thanks Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but glare backwards at Mr. Brunner, who had parked his wheelchair at the base of the handicapped ramp. He ate celery while he read a paperback novel. A red umbrella stuck up from the back of his chair, making it look like a motorized cafe table. He had done so little to help Percy, just pester him to do better. Percy needed guidance, slow and patient, just like Naruto had needed to be better. Someone to openly have faith in him and care for his successes, something the teacher never bothered to try. As he turned around, he saw Nancy Bobofit with her ugly friends. In a flash she dumped her half-eaten lunch in Grover's lap. Oops, she grinned with her crooked teeth. Her freckles were orange, as if somebody had spray-painted her face with liquid Cheetos. There was a pulse of something, like with the weird weather or Zabuza's mist, but then the water around them surged forward and clocked the girl in the chest. Naruto knew there was no chakra, he just tell somehow. This felt thinner. He couldn't explain it past that. Still he readied himself, turning to where he knew Miss Dodds was, ready to stand up for Percy since no one else seemed willing to. Percy pushed me, Nancy screamed, reminding him a lot whenever someone retaliated against Sakura despite her abuse. Mrs. Dodds materialized next to us. Some of the kids were whispering, "Did you see the water?" Like it grabbed her. As soon as Mrs. Dodds was sure poor little Nancy was okay, promising to get her a new shirt at the museum gift shop, etc., etc., Mrs. Dodds turned on Percy. There was a triumphant fire in her eyes and Naruto was on edge. It was familiar to him, that look. "Now, honey." "I know," Percy grumbled. "A month erasing workbooks." "Come with me," Mrs. Dodds said. "Wait," Grover yelped. "It was me. I pushed her." She glared at him so hard his whiskery chin trembled. "I don't think so, Mr. Underwood," she said. "But you will stay here, and Percy won't go with you." Naruto stood up, getting right in Miss Dodds' face. "I know you saw nothing and I know you know Nancy is a monster. She dumped her lunch in Grover's lap, so you will deal with that before you do anything else. Besides, if Percy pushed her, why is his lunch still in his lap? Moving like that would have dumped it everywhere." The women actually snarled like Akamaru. "Listen here, honey, I don't give a flying turd. If you don't start treating Percy with some respect I will go to the principal. I am sure he would love to hear about your favoritism and see the footage of Nancy stealing from people today. There are cameras all over that have picked it up, under your watch I might add. How will you keep your job when they see that?" Naruto spiked his chakra, hating this woman as much as Mizuki. She was like the villagers, hateful and mean for no reason towards someone who didn't deserve it. Percy was his friend, he wouldn't let the world abuse him like it had Naruto. Naruto wouldn't let the cycle of abuse continue with anyone else. "Now back off." Naruto felt Kyuubi's chakra boil in him and for a moment he felt his body rage with its power, the first time since he had been in this world. The women actually shivered and backed up. "D-Immortals, what are you?" she whispered, so low that only Naruto heard her. I. She was too scared and actually fled, leaving Nancy on the ground and Percy behind, stunned and confused. "What was that? You were glowing orange for a minute there." Percy's voice was soft, afraid but also deeply pleased. Naruto cursed, but realized in that moment something he had never thought about before. Percy was like him, hated for some reason that made no sense. Maybe he could trust him with his secret, and teach him to defend himself. He couldn't give him chakra, far as he was aware, but he could teach him taijutsu, right? That way he could at least protect himself from the monsters hating him. It's tied with that water, whatever it is it has to be, he is like me, and it makes people hate him for no reason. Single quote. Come with me and I'll tell you. Stay here, Grover. Naruto turned on heel and marched towards the museum, ready to tell anyone he was going to the bathroom if they asked. Percy knew there was something weird about Naruto, he had felt it a dozen times over since becoming his friend. Sometimes he could see an aura of blue light around him, but only for a moment when he was looking at the corner of his eyes. Naruto was faster and stronger than anyone in his class, excelling at all sports and never seemed to get tired. He was oddly cut too, really muscled for someone so small. Something just wasn't clicking, seeing the orange light around him only solidified that. Just what he was a mystery and Percy wanted to find it out. Soon they were back in the Greek and Roman section, where there were no cameras. Except for them, the gallery was empty. Naruto stopped, sighing and turning to Percy with a very serious look. What I am going to tell you has to be a secret, forever. Just like you in that water that shoved Nancy, I have abilities that people in your world just don't. Naruto's voice was almost cold as he spoke. I can show them to you but only if you swear to keep them secret, even from Grover. Somehow, even though he doubted Naruto, Percy couldn't help but buy it. Something just felt real about this. Okay, I promise to keep my mouth shut, show me. Naruto held out hand, and slowly an orb of spiraling blue energy formed. This is the Rasengan, and it's used like this. Naruto vanished from sight, but before Percy could even turn around a blur went flying by him, slamming into the wall. Naruto was standing behind him and to the side, the vanishing Rasengan still in his hand. Turning back to the blur, Percy saw a dazed and confused Miss Dodds struggling to rise from the wall, only, she looked wrong. She had leathery wings and talons, almost like a bat, chicken-human hybrid that radiated hate and rage. Why are you attacking us, what the hell are you? Naruto barked out, pulling out a sharp weird-looking knife from his pocket and falling into a stance. Not many people can get up from a Rasengan, and you're definitely not human. Miss Dodds fully rose and Percy felt a wave of nausea rush through him. He fell back behind Naruto who actively stood in front of him. What am I? What are you? That is no power I have ever seen. Her voice was cold, hissing like a snake. Not your business, you old hag. I never liked you but now I actually have an excuse to put you down. Naruto's smirk was almost as cruel as Miss Dodds was. This is going to be fun. Things couldn't have gotten weirder but then Mr. Brunner, who'd been out in front of the museum a minute before, wheeled his chair into the doorway of the gallery, holding a pen in his hand. What ho, Percy, he shouted, and tossed the pen through the air. Mrs. Dodds lunged forward, only for Naruto to duck under her strike and send the weird knife into her chest. The knife actually phased through her like it wasn't real, making Naruto curse loudly and kick the old hag away. Percy snatched the ballpoint pen out of the air, but when it hit his hand, it wasn't a pen anymore. It was a sword, Mr. Brunner's bronze sword, which he always used on tournament day. She snarled, "Die, honey," and she flew straight at Percy. Gale palm, Naruto called out, sending a swirling spiraling mass of air that sent her flying into the wall. Percy, my kunai didn't hurt her, try that sword. It feels weird like she does. Maybe it can hurt her. Naruto charged a still stunned Miss Dodds, clocking her hard in the face then kneeing her in the chest knocking the air from her chest. Then, with a shocking amount of strength, he grabbed her by the wings and swung her entire body before throwing her at Percy. Absolute terror ran through his body. He did the only thing that came naturally, he swung the sword. The metal blade hit her shoulder and passed clean through her body as if she were made of water. Hiss. Mrs. Dodds was a sand castle in a power fan. She exploded into yellow powder, vaporized on the spot, leaving nothing but the smell of sulfur and a dying screech and a chill of evil in the air, as if those two glowing red eyes were still watching them. The sword vanished, leaving the old pen in it. Naruto was breathing heavily, looking wired and nervous, his face moving around. Mr. Brunner knows something, we need to ask him, and don't take no for an answer. Don't give him back that pen, if we're attacked again you'll need it. Whatever she was, She was able to live through a Rasengan almost unfazed, and my kunai went right through her. She was tough, dangerous. Percy nodded, putting the pen back in his pocket. She's not like you. No, the humans in my world have power. She isn't like anything I have ever seen. She's new to me, believe it. Whatever she is, I think she's more like whatever you are. Percy just nodded as they started towards the outside. It had started to rain. Grover was sitting by the fountain, a museum map tented over his head. Nancy Bobofit was still standing there, soaked from her swim in the fountain, grumbling to her ugly friends. When she saw them, she said, "I hope Mrs. Kerr whipped your butt." Percy and Naruto as one said, "Who? Our teacher." Duh. Percy blinked. We had no teacher named Mrs. Kerr. He asked Nancy what she was talking about. She just rolled her eyes and turned away. Percy asked Grover where Mrs. Dodds was. He said, "Who?" But he paused first, and he wouldn't look at me, so he thought he was messing with them. "Not funny, man," Percy told him. "This is serious." Thunder boomed overhead. Percy saw Mr. Brunner sitting under his red umbrella, reading his book, as if he'd never moved. Naruto put a hand on him, shaking his head with a cold expression. "I have lived my life being hated for something. No one would answer me when they knew. If you want answers, take them, or don't let him lie to you. If he does them, don't trust him. Trust me." Percy nodded, accepting his friend's pained words, and together they walked over to the Latin teacher. He looked up, a little distracted. "Ah, that would be my pen. Please bring your own writing utensil in the future, Mr. Jackson." Percy almost handed over the pen, but stalled. "Sir," he said, "where's Mrs. Dodds?" He stared at me blankly. "Who?" "The other chaperone. Mrs. Dodds. The pre-algebra teacher." He frowned and sat forward, looking mildly concerned. "Percy, there is no Mrs. Dodds on this trip. As far as I know, there has never been a Mrs. Dodds at Yancey Academy. Are you feeling all right? Lying to our faces, that's cruel." Naruto growled out, catching the eye of a now nervous Mr. Brunner. "You feel like she did, whatever she was. You're not human either, I can feel it. We're keeping the pen, just in case you need to be turned to dust too. Try anything and I'll kill you myself. Are we clear?" Naruto's weird energy spiked, making Brunner pale and nod. "Good, let's go, Percy." As they moved back to Grover, Percy mumbled, "Grover's lying too. I noticed, we're in this together and alone. I'll teach you to fight, don't worry. I won't let you die. I protect my friends, believe it." And Percy believed him, happy to finally have someone care for him like that. "This isn't the first weird thing that's happened. I'll tell you more later, but you have to share your stories too." Agreed. Single quote. Chiron knew chakra. He had spent a few years in the elemental nations off and on alongside his foster father Apollo. The boy radiated chakra on a vast scale. He was easily S rank in terms of sheer chakra levels. That alone made him a threat. That he was with Percy and protecting him was good, though. Percy was inexperienced though clearly powerful. He would survive the first test, a rare feat all its own. Naruto is clearly a demigod too. I could feel it in his chakra. Who his parent is beyond me, but they're strong to be sure. Single quote. And so he sat back and just watched, knowing and hoping that Percy and Naruto would keep each other safe until they got to camp, and that Zeus wouldn't punish Percy for being clearly Poseidon's in the meantime. He really stuck his hand in your chest. Percy gaped at his friend, forgetting his catus for a moment to look at Naruto's bare chest firmly, seeing no sign of injury or scarring of any kind. "How are you alive? Lighting is dangerous alone, but putting it in your chest, you shouldn't be alive." Naruto smirked a little, then patted the seal on his belly. "If it wasn't for the furball, I wouldn't be. His powers healed me entirely. High-speed regeneration, a perk of being a Jinchuriki, and apparently, since I am an Uzumaki, I heal faster anyway. Mix that together and well, you get the idea. Wow, that's some serious power. Why do they hate you for it again? I am still having trouble getting that. You should have been worshipped as a hero. I guess, but I would have settled for being treated like a person. Or not ignored. Isolation is horrible. Being shunned is a nightmare, but others had it worse. My friend Gaara had assassins sent after him by his father many times. Sasuke lost his entire family at the hands of his brother. Tsunade lost her brother and boyfriend. That made Percy stop. Is that why you aren't mad at him, Sasuke? I mean. To be honest, I am not sure what I feel about him. I know that he is broken and like me no one helped heal his mind. I mean just getting care for my ADHD here and making friends has made me change a lot. I am more serious, calmer and focused. I am meaner too, or so I've noticed ever since I fought that thing. Sasuke never had that kind of help, he just stewed in his own pain day after day. I guess that broke him, changed him, and he decided that my life was worth getting that revenge. I wouldn't know, I've never had anything that matters to me so much. Percy nodded. If I lost my mom like that, I can't say I would be any different. See what I mean? It's complicated. But don't mistake it, I am not happy with him nor do I really consider him a friend anymore. I realized, through having you as a friend actually, what friendship is. I never had that with Sasuke, we were not bound together with or through anything. Even pain or loneliness like I thought we were. So what I do now with all of that is beyond me. I guess I have time to figure it out. Yeah, so, you mentioned before that you were the worst in your class. If so, why are you so good now? Is it the ADHD treatments and meditation, or is there a trick behind it with this cool chakra stuff? Oh, no chakra stuff. Just healing my mind, I guess. My godmom sent me a letter, when I was refusing therapy. She said that it would help me with my emotional problems, then bribed me with a new sword if I went. After a few sessions I realized it really was helping. The therapist knows some of my life story, what I could tell him around my chakra and being from another world that is. She said that being around a loving environment, having friends and whatever is helping me with my compulsion to be liked, and thus I'm acting more like myself instead of what I want others to see. I am not so desperate to act out for attention. Then he stopped. Well, there is also the fact that I can use shadow clones and still remember their knowledge, so I am able to be a little lazy. Smiling about that, Percy turned back to his katas. He had been practicing them for a few weeks now and had actually made significant progress no matter how foreign they felt to his body. It was showing too, his body had started to change. He had always been scrawny but now he was starting to get somewhat cut and he liked that. It made him feel good, like he was actually progressing and becoming better. Naruto started him on basic katas for the academy-style taijutsu, and wouldn't have him sparring for at least a month. Percy was looking forward to that, but also not at all since he had seen just how powerful Naruto's kicks and punches were. Single quote. Naruto watched Percy go through his katas with a sense of pride, just as he had felt with Konohamaru when he taught him the Rasengan. Percy was progressing fast, faster than Naruto himself had, a cost of having a teacher that actually cares, he supposed. Percy might actually become a dangerous force all his own in this world without chakra, especially if he controlled that watery power he clearly had. Depending on his upper limit, Percy might even be a threat to Naruto himself, though he doubted it. He simply lacked the speed, strength and other perks that came with chakra. If only the therapist could help you like they've helped me. Single quote. Unbidden, the memories of Naruto's first day in therapy came to him. And Mizuki told me the truth, why everyone hated me. Why I don't know about my parents, why I grew up alone and in such disarray. The truth was on the day I was born something butchered a lot of people and it took the life of someone they loved to defeat it. My face, my birthmarks, reminding them of the beast and their losses. They hated me because of it. He fell back, exhausted, his story at the end for the time being. He had never shared it all like that, but the words kept flowing even though he had to snip and tuck the words to be appropriate for those in this world that didn't know the truth. His therapist really seemed interested, her eyes wide and willing and almost excited as she took in his tale. That is a lot, she said, leaning back and blinking. You have been through so much, Naruto, I almost cannot believe it. I don't want to believe it, but I do. She smiled. Your godmother said your life was hard. I have known her for a long time, many years, and in that time I never knew her to lie. She said you were trustworthy and that only breaks my heart more. She leaned towards him, her eyes filled with sadness. With all of that, what do you really feel towards your home, your friends? It sounds to me, and I am just spitballing here, that you haven't had any positive forces in your life and it has affected you more than anything. Naruto frowned. I had Iruka and the old man. Iruka was a good man, but he only really came in late and was more there to berate you. Did he really help you since you're graduated from your academy? Naruto couldn't help but shamefully shake his head. That's what I thought. The old man allowed you to live alone at 4 years old, giving you money and expecting you to function by yourself at a young age. That is disgraceful, no matter who you are. Children need families, caretakers, loved ones. It allows you to thrive, to learn how to be a person. You have never had that. I think a lot of your struggles, the issues you mentioned, come from that. Your inability to focus is definitely a form of ADHD, but the rest of it, your struggle with authority and your need for attention. You're grasping onto people for a sense of purpose, it all seems to originate from your lack of role models and people to connect you. It may have gotten better. I haven't heard the rest of the story yet, but from what I can tell the issues are not only present but ingrained into who you are, and that needs to be addressed if you are to grow and become happier and more productive. The words hit hard for Naruto. All he could do was nod as the women laid out his life for him like that. It was a strange feeling but not entirely unwelcome. His godmother said it would be vital for him to do this, to grow. She had done so much for him so far, so he decided to trust her. It wasn't easy though, and he doubted it would remain or become easy as things went on. So how do I fix my issues? I mean, you can't just change everything. No matter how much you may want to. Her smile was warm but pained. Through sheer effort, time and a lot of therapy. It is my job to guide you through the issues you face, to help you find the source of each issue and overcome it together. We work at your pace, and that means we do things as you need them. To start, let's work on meditation, a wonderful technique that will help with calm, focus and patience so we can help your day-to-day life. I know it is boring, but it really will help. So let's get into position. Naruto let out a long sigh, wondering just when he started to change. It wasn't immediate, but at some point he realized how different he was. How different he felt. He was a different person now, but he just didn't entirely understand why. Nothing really changed him before. He was the same person start to finish in his old world, but something about this one had molded into a person he actually liked. It was almost painful, realizing that he actually hated who he was before, but that was the truth of it. And now he was happy, with himself, his life and just the way things were going. He hoped it would stay that way for a while. Enough of that, I don't have time to wallow. Time to practice my archery. Summoning his bow from the seal on his forearm, Naruto turned and summoned 3 clones. You're my targets. Stay still. Each one of them gulped, and he felt their pain when he made his shot, realizing his aim was just fine. Percy, take out the pen. I think we to start working on your swordplay. I cannot teach you how the Greeks wielded their blades, but I can show you how to wield a kunai. The principle has to be similar. Time passed swiftly for Naruto and Percy both, training nightly and studying daily to maintain their averages. Percy started to show signs of being really skilled with the sword. They had exams coming swiftly and neither of them were looking forward to it. Since they had lost all trust for Grover or Brunner, they had made a point to totally separate from both parties entirely. Percy almost never spoke to Grover, who took in quite badly and spent a lot of time forlornly looking at Percy from the cafeteria seat he was now at, getting extra bullied by Nancy and her sycophantic friends in between attempts to talk to Percy in any fashion. Mr. Brunner spent a lot of time trying to approach Percy, maybe for the pen but probably for other things. He never got close as Naruto made a point to guard Percy and literally growl at Mr. Brunner whenever he got too close. It was kind of fun, to be honest. As for school, things actually got better despite the oddness about no one remembering Miss Dodds and the sudden appearance of Miss Kerr. The new math teacher was actually not bad and was rather respectful. Percy figured out keeping his mouth shut about Miss Dodds was a good thing, especially when Naruto told him about similar the changes were to genjutsu. Together they made a point to keep their heads down, and that oddly helped Percy to finally start making more friends. Not a lot and nothing special about the friendships, but it was enough to help with losing Grover. That had hit Percy pretty hard even if he tried to hide it. Naruto convinced him to keep ignoring Grover. His lies were clearly a sign he wasn't to be trusted. The stories about the village hiding the Kyuubi were exactly what was needed to convince Percy. Percy and Naruto had both been invited to return to Yancey's academy the next year. Naruto is the top student and tutor. Percy is the most improved student in both grades and behavior. Without Miss Dodds he never got another detention or ISS again. Learning meditation from Naruto helped with his aggression and ADHD so he could ignore Nancy far easier, so that helped with many of the confrontations that hurt him before. Overall it was just a rather satisfying experience, and a good half of the year both boys enjoyed. Eventually it actually came time for the Latin test, the final exam. Naruto was out first and Percy was second, both of them smugly glaring at the various idiots who had mocked Percy at one time or another. It was very satisfying, to be entirely honest. Both of them would later ace the test. When it came time to leave the school, Naruto had a clone pack both of their belongings, so they could stick together and not get cornered by either Grover or Brunner. However, that was not to be, as Grover ended up on the bus with them as they moved back into the city. During the whole bus ride, Grover kept glancing nervously down the aisle, watching the other passengers. It occurred to Naruto, who had long learned how to read people, that he'd always acted nervous and fidgety when they'd left Yancey, as if he expected something bad to happen. It was actually quite alarming, reminding Naruto of his first trip out of the village when they went to Wave. Just as twitchy, it was so distracting that Naruto rolled his eyes. "Spit it out, Grover, you look ready to jump out of your own skin." Grover actually nearly did just that. "What?" Percy took over. "You're just about ready to run screaming down the bus. You flinch every time someone so much as coughs or adjusts their legs. It's pretty obvious you are on the lookout. What are you looking for?" Grover all but shrunk into himself before letting out a sigh. "Nothing. There's nothing to worry about." His voice was low, but pained. "You're a terrible liar, Grover. You wonder why I am refusing to talk to you." That seemed to be the ticket, and Grover actually sat up a little. From his shirt pocket, he fished out a grubby business card. "Just take this, okay? In case you need me. This summer." The card was in fancy script that annoyed Naruto and must have killed Percy. Grover Underwood, Keeper, Half-Blood Hill, Long Island, New York. 800-009-0009. "What's half? Don't say it aloud," he yelped. "That's my, summer address." "Okay," Percy said glumly. "So, if I want to come visit your mansion." He nodded. Or if you need me." "Why would I need you?" Percy's voice was cold, mean, and it made Naruto smile. "That a boy, don't let his cute face get back in your good graces so quickly. Make him earn it. You're worth being treated like a person." Single quote. Grover blushed right down to his Adam's apple. "Look, Percy, the truth is, I kind of have to protect you." All year long, before Naruto had gotten Percy to break away from Grover, the sweet boy had gotten in fights, keeping bullies away from him. To suggest that Percy would ever need Grover for any kind of protection was downright laughable. Besides, that was Naruto's job. Percy was his to protect, and he enjoyed doing it. "Grover," Percy said, "what exactly are you protecting me from?" There was a huge grinding noise under their feet. Black smoke poured from the dashboard and the whole bus filled with a smell like rotten eggs. The driver cursed and limped the Greyhound over to the side of the highway. After a few minutes clanking around in the engine compartment, the driver announced that we'd all have to get off. They filed outside with everybody else. They were on a stretch of country road, no place you'd notice if you didn't break down there. On our side of the highway was nothing but maple trees and litter from passing cars. On the other side, across 4 lanes of asphalt shimmering with afternoon heat, was an old-fashioned fruit stand. The stuff on sale looked really good. Heaping boxes of blood-red cherries and apples, walnuts and apricots, jugs of cider in a clawfoot tub full of ice. There were no customers, just 3 old ladies sitting in rocking chairs in the shade of a maple tree, knitting the biggest pair of socks anyone had ever seen. These socks were the size of sweaters, but they were clearly socks. The lady on the right knitted one of them. The lady on the left knitted the other. The lady in the middle held an enormous basket of electric blue yarn. All 3 women looked ancient, with pale faces wrinkled like fruit leather, silver hair tied back in white bandanas, bony arms sticking out of bleached cotton dresses. The weirdest thing was, they seemed to be looking right at Percy. Naruto knew immediately that they were not human. they radiated the same kind of power that the Kyuubi did. That all-present power that boiled against your skin only whatever they were, it eclipsed Kyuubi by many times. Percy and Naruto looked over at Grover to say something about this and saw that the blood had drained from his face. His nose was twitching. Grover, Percy said. Hey, man. Tell me they're not looking at you. They're, aren't they? Yeah, weird, huh? You think those socks would fit me? Not funny, Percy. Not funny at all. The old lady in the middle took out a huge pair of scissors, gold and silver, long-bladed, like shears. It was impossible to not notice Grover catch his breath. We're getting on the bus, he told me. Come on. What? I said. It's 1,000 degrees in there and I refuse to be alone with you. Come on. He pried open the door and climbed inside, but Percy and Naruto stayed back. Naruto swore they looked familiar, he just couldn't remember where, but he knew that he had seen them before. Across the road, the old ladies were still watching them. The middle one cut the yarn, and Naruto swore he could hear that snip across 4 lanes of traffic. Her 2 friends balled up the electric blue socks, and it was then that Naruto realized, with some horror, that he knew them. The Fates from Brunner's class, do they exist in my world too, or what are they exactly? Not gods but something more. At the rear of the bus, the driver wrenched a big chunk of smoking metal out of the engine compartment. The bus shuddered, and the engine roared back to life. The passengers cheered. Darn right, yelled the driver. He slapped the bus with his hat. Everybody back on board. A few moments later, when they had gotten going, Grover was shivering and his teeth were chattering. Grover, yeah, what are you not telling us? He dabbed his forehead with his shirt sleeve. Percy, what did you see back at the fruit stand? You mean the old ladies? What is it about them, man? They're not like Mrs. Dodds, are they? His expression pissed Naruto off. It was just like the old man, whenever he asked about his parents or why people hated him, pure obstinance and a refusal to be honest. Just tell me what you saw. The middle one took out her scissors, and she cut the yarn. He closed his eyes and made a gesture with his fingers that might have been crossing himself, but it wasn't. It was something else, something almost older, and Naruto felt its power once again. He said, you saw her snip the cord. Yeah, so, but even as I said it, I knew it was a big deal. This is not happening, Grover mumbled. He started chewing at his thumb. I don't want this to be like the last time. What last time? Always 6th grade. They never get past 6th. Grover, what are you talking about? Let me walk you home from the bus station. Promise, Ma, he yelped as Naruto reached over and grasped his hand, squeezing tightly. You could hear the crunching of Grover's bones between Naruto's fingers. Start talking or I kill you here and now. Trust me, I can get away with it and I will. Grover, to his credit, said not a damn word the entire way to the bus station. The rental cabin was on the South Shore, way out at the tip of Long Island. It was a little pastel box with faded curtains, half sunken into the dunes. There was sand in the sheets and spiders in the cabinets, and the sea was too cold to swim in. It was pretty obvious Percy loved the place. His entire expression shifted the moment they walked onto the shore. His skin looked healthier, his eyes brighter, his entire being almost oozing with life. Naruto wondered about that, as not only did he look different but his aura shifted as well. He radiated power, life and strength, literally in fact. The energy he felt when the water attacked Nancy was present and it oozed off of Percy. Just what is it? Of course, oddly enough, Percy wasn't the only one to look different. Sally seemed younger, happier and brighter from the moment they entered the beach. Her eyes shifted in color, taking on that of the sea. She went from gorgeous to stunning in an instant. They got there at sunset, opened all the cabin's windows, and went through what Naruto realized was a predefined cleaning routine. They walked on the beach, fed blue corn chips to the seagulls, and munched on blue jelly beans, blue saltwater taffy, and all the other free samples Sally had brought from work. Percy explained it as being born from a petty argument that there was no blue food. It was actually kind of sad to Naruto that all Sally could do to rebel was buy blue food, still he appreciated the energy behind it. When it got dark, they made a fire. They roasted hot dogs and marshmallows. Sally told them stories about when she was a kid, back before her parents died in the plane crash. She told them about the books she wanted to write someday, when she had enough money to quit the candy shop. The night was wonderful, but everything took a shift when Percy asked about his father. He was kind, Percy, she said. Tall, handsome, and powerful. But gentle, too. You have his black hair, you know, and his green eyes. Sally fished a blue jelly bean out of her candy bag. I wish he could see you, Percy. He would be so proud. How old was I? Percy asked. I mean, when he left. She watched the flames. He was only with me for one summer, Percy. Right here at this beach. This cabin. But, he knew me as a baby. No, honey, he knew I was expecting a baby, but he never saw you. He had to leave before you were born. That's shitty of him. Did he know you were pregnant? Naruto, who had been silent, piped up, startling his hosts. Sally nodded. Yes, but unfortunately his family has some terrible rules. He isn't allowed to raise his children, and so he returned to sea, where he became lost to me. Naruto froze. The words, unable to raise their kids, that's, my godmom said the same thing. The energy on the paper, it feels like Percy. He turned to his friend, who clearly was realizing what he was. Knowing he had to say something, Naruto spiked his chakra and faced Sally, who only paled slightly. What do you know, Sally? Don't lie to me, I can tell. She gulped. It's not safe for, I can't. She turned to Percy, who was glaring at her as harshly as Naruto himself was. Naruto was sort of proud of that. Percy and I were attacked by a monster with bat wings. It was masquerading as our math teacher. He somehow could control the water, but you knew that already. That's why he is stronger here, near the sea. Whatever is going on is tied to the ocean. I can feel it, his power. She was shaking hard before stopping. A loud sigh crossed her lips. You have chakra, his father told me about it. The world with chakra, the elemental nations, he said I had a potential to wield chakra, that he could give it to me. I denied him, not wanting to leave my world. I was happy here, despite everything. She looked up, her eyes sad and filled with mourning. There is a camp, where you will have to go, both of you, but you might never return to the real world for your own safety. Are you willing to endure that? If it means answers, yes. I was raised around lies, my entire life was one. Trust me, it helps no one. Naruto stood, raising a hand, allowing the Rasengan to form. I can keep him safe. I have been training him to become stronger. He has a sword that can kill the monsters. We are not helpless. I've tried to keep you as close to me as I could, turning to her son, Sally said. They told me that was a mistake. But there's only one other option, the camp, but I couldn't send you away. She sighed. Let's just enjoy the rest of the trip, then we can worry about this. I will tell you everything and take you to camp myself. Can you give me that, a few good days with my baby? What might be my last days with you? Percy and Naruto nodded, both of them understanding fully where Sally was coming from. The sound of thunder, ripping across the sky, woke Naruto from his deep sleep. Outside, it really was storming, the kind of storm that cracks trees and blows down houses. Massive waves were slamming into the dunes, lightning was lighting up the skies like no one's business. With the next thunderclap, Sally woke. She sat up, eyes wide, and said, "Hurricane." Naruto frowned. He knew that was crazy. Long Island never sees hurricanes this early in the summer. But the ocean seemed to have forgotten. Over the roar of the wind, I heard a distant bellow, an angry, tortured sound. It was terrifyingly close, and Naruto knew it was a monster. He could feel it, waves of hate oozing from it and filling the world like Percy's energy, only warped and backward. Then a much closer noise, like mallets in the sand, sounded. A desperate voice, someone yelling, pounding on the cabin door. Sally sprang out of bed in her nightgown and threw open the lock. Grover stood framed in the doorway against a backdrop of pouring rain. But he wasn't exactly Grover. He reeked, and he was oozing an aura, again like Percy's though far weaker. Searching all night, he gasped. This is why you don't just knock people out. He glared at Naruto, who just growled at him. Ozu kai alloy theo I. He yelled. It's right behind me. Didn't you tell her? Of course we did, but she didn't listen to it all. Naruto rolled his eyes. We were going to camp after this trip, but I guess that's changed. We need to leave. I can sense something approaching fast. How he could feel it was beyond him, but he could. It was dangerous, that much was abundantly clear. With near ninja speed, Sally grabbed her purse, tossed Percy and Naruto their rain jackets, and said, "Get to the car. All three of you, go." Grover ran for the Camaro, but he wasn't running, exactly. He was trotting, shaking his shaggy hindquarters, and suddenly his story about a muscular disorder in his legs made sense. Because where his feet should be, there were no feet. There were cloven hooves. They tore through the night along dark country roads. Wind slammed against the Camaro. Rain lashed the windshield. Naruto didn't know how Sally could see anything, but she kept her foot on the gas. There was an edge of power in the air, in the car, that was deafening to Naruto's senses. He couldn't fully register how far away the monster was, and that irritated him. Passively, he pulled out an explosive tag, folding it into a shuriken shape. It was a random trick he had discovered since he started learning sealing. Actually, he picked it up watching students play paper football and throwing paper shuriken at each other. If it worked, it would be a seriously dangerous trick. "So, you and my mom know each other?" Percy asked, his voice low and cold. Much of it was directed at Sally, who actually cringed at her son's tone. Grover's eyes flitted to the rearview mirror. "Not exactly," he said. "I mean, we've never met in person. But she knew I was watching you. Watching me, keeping tabs on you, making sure you were okay. But I wasn't faking being your friend," he added hastily. "I am your friend. What are you, exactly? That doesn't matter right now. It doesn't matter. From the waist down, my ex-best friend is a donkey." Grover let out a sharp, throaty blah ha ha. Naruto had heard him make that sound before, but he always assumed it was a nervous laugh. Now it was clear that it was more of an irritated bleat. "Goat," he cried. "What? I'm a goat from the waist down. You just said it didn't matter. Blah ha ha. There are satyrs who would trample you underhoof for such an insult." Naruto turned sharply, spiking his chakra. "I'd kill them like I did Gabe and his friends. Do not try me, goat boy, you have a lot to answer for. Besides, you did say it didn't matter." "He's got a point. You killed Gabe," Sally barked out, a terrified squeak in her voice. The weird bellowing noise rose up again somewhere behind them, closer than before. Naruto nodded. "I left clones behind. Don't worry, the body's been disposed of. Your home is clean and everything is nicely put away. Now, let's talk about what's important. What is going on? Who's after us?" Percy said, reaching over to grab and squeeze Grover's wrist painfully. The goat boy gasped. "Just the Lord of the Dead and a few of his bloodthirstiest minions." "Grover, sorry, Mrs. Jackson, could you drive faster, please?" He tried to talk past his pain, as Percy was still squeezing his wrist. Sally made a hard left. They swerved onto a narrower road, racing past darkened farmhouses and wooded hills and pick your own strawberries signs on white picket fences. "Where are we going?" Percy asked. "I know it's a camp, but that's it. I am tired of the lies. Explain." "The summer camp one told you about." Sally's voice was tight. "The place your father wanted to send you. It's for people like you and Naruto, special people with special parents. The place you didn't want me to go." "We're almost there," Sally said, ignoring the statement another mile. "Please, please, please." Outside, nothing but rain and darkness, the kind of empty countryside you get way out on the tip of Long Island. Naruto felt its power, a literal force like chakra but greater, exploding into reality around them. His hair rose on the back of his neck and he knew something was about to happen. There was a blinding flash, a jaw-rattling boom, and the car exploded. Sharp, agonizing pain exploded in Naruto's chest. Everything went dark for a second, returning just in time for him to see a piece of metal sticking from his chest, right into a lung. It was like the Chidori all over again. He could feel the blood pooling in his lung, he couldn't breathe. And everything went dark once again. Semicolon. Percy wanted to scream. Nothing was going right. Naruto, the strongest of them by far, was unconscious with a piece of metal in his chest. Grover was unconscious and babbling uselessly, and his mom had just been taken by some force, turned into a golden light. Needless to say, he was pissed. Shaking with rage, He took in a deep breath and focused on the power of the world around him. He felt the rain, each droplet oozing with power. He felt his rage, boiling in his muscles. He felt his training, calling at him to fight. He fell into a stance and called out, "You sack of cow shit, come at me." His scream filled the air with his hate. Roar! The monster turned toward him, shaking his meaty fists and charging fast. Just like he wanted. Percy yanked out the pen from his pocket, yanking off the cap and charging the beast as fast as he could. He made great speed, sliding like he was reaching for home plate the moment the beast reached him. Swirling up, he cut through the bull's shin. It collapsed, a horrible scream filling the air with pain this time. Percy wasn't done with it yet. He screamed himself, slamming the blade down on its other knee. The bull tried to crawl away, fear filling its black eyes. Percy reveled in it, so tired of the lies and secrets and abuse from the world that this meant everything to him. Like Naruto had taught him, there was pleasure in finally coming to terms with your pain. This monster deserved it too, and he was not going to waste the opportunity. Reaching upwards, Percy slammed the blade down on its stomach, then finally he cut off of its head, watching it roll away. Its body dispersed into dust, crumbling into golden sand. The rain had stopped. The storm still rumbled, but only in the distance. He smelled like livestock and his knees were shaking, but he felt powerful for the first time, his training having come in handy. His rage was a tool for him and he liked it no matter how much it scared him. He had no time to revel in it, so he rushed over to Naruto and managed to haul him up and staggered down into the valley, toward the lights of the farmhouse. After kicking Grover in the ribs hard, forcing him to wake up and groan in shock. The last thing he remembered was collapsing on a wooden porch, looking up at a ceiling fan circling above him, moths flying around a yellow light, and the stern faces of a familiar-looking bearded man and a pretty girl, her blonde hair curled like a princess's. They both looked down at him, and the girl said, "He's the one. He must be." "Silence, Annabeth," the man said. "He's still conscious. Bring him inside. Be careful with Naruto, he may be fatally wounded. We must tend to him quickly." Naruto had no idea how long he was unconscious, but he was out of it for a while, something making it hard to wake up. Somewhere in the back of his mind he recognized that there was something wrong. He should have been fully awake a while before. He always healed fast, very, very fast. He knew now it was because of Kyuubi's power, but for some reason he couldn't feel the familiar burn of Kyuubi's energy to heal his body. What was rushing through his body was cold, bright, but just as powerful as Kyuubi's power, only it wasn't healing him as fast, but it was doing something to him that he could tell. He could remember, no matter how vaguely, the sight of various people looking down at him every so often whenever he woke from his coma. A tall blonde man with green eyes everywhere, Mr. Brunner frowning with some fear in his eyes, and even a pretty blonde girl with angry gray eyes. He couldn't remember anyone talking to him, but everyone seemed angry with him, even the random blonde girl he had never met. It was kind of frustrating, really. When Naruto finally came around for good, there was nothing weird about his surroundings, except that they were filled with life and light that the city had lacked. It was closer to being home than he had been in months. He was sitting in a deck chair on a huge porch, gazing across a meadow at green hills in the distance. The breeze smelled like strawberries. There was a blanket over his legs, a pillow behind his neck. His chest ached something fierce, which was odd as he should have healed from that pesky wound already. On the table next to him was a tall drink. It looked like iced apple juice, with a green straw and a paper parasol stuck through a maraschino cherry. The best part, however, was what was to his right. "Percy, you're okay." He stood up, ignoring the waves of weakness that threatened to overtake him. He reached over and put his arms around his friend, getting squeezed right back. "How long have we been out of it?" "Not a clue, but be careful and keep your wits about you. I don't want you to fight anyone while so weak." "You don't have to fight anyone here," a familiar voice said. Grover was leaning against the porch railing, looking like he hadn't slept in a week. Under one arm, he cradled a shoe box. He was wearing blue jeans, Converse high tops and a bright orange t-shirt that said Camp Half-Blood. Just plain old Grover, not the goat boy. "This is a safe place. You saved my life," Percy Grover said. Well, the least I could do, I went back to the hill." I thought you might want this. Reverently, he placed the shoe box in Percy's lap. Inside was 2 black and white bull's horns that radiated subtle power just as Percy and Grover did. The Minotaur, Percy said, and Naruto's head whipped to him at the speed of sound. Percy, it isn't a good idea. That's what we were attacked by, and Miss Dodds, what the hell was she? Grover shifted uncomfortably, but when Naruto stepped towards him threateningly, he caved. You've been out for 2 days. How much do you remember? My mom. Is she really? Percy's voice was haunted and Naruto looked to him, seeing for a moment Sasuke and Haku in his eyes. Grover looked down. What happened to Sally? The last thing I remembered was being impaled by something after the car exploded. Naruto yanked his shirt up, realizing it was brighter orange than his jumpsuit, and saw no trace of scarring as per usual. I swore I couldn't feel Kyuubi healing me. That's weird. What powers exist here that could heal me so well? Grover, is magic real in this world? This world? Yeah. Grover nodded, looking very much afraid of Naruto. No point hiding my power around you then. He charged Grover, lifting him by his throat and forming a Rasengan in his other hand. Why was the Minotaur after us and what happened to Sally? Grover let out a long bleat. Please don't kill me, I don't know what happened to Sally, I was unconscious and… Naruto, enough. Everyone turned to see Mr. Brunner, in his typical wheelchair, looking very, very pissed. Put the satyr down. Naruto dropped the annoying goat boy down, and turned to flare his chakra at Mr. Brunner. You look more fun to me anyway, so tell me, why was a Minotaur after us and why are we here? What is my godmother and Percy's father? If you had waited I would have explained. You did not have to attack poor Grover. Mr. Brunner's eyes were cold, wrathful and filled with dislike. It's bad enough that you stole from me, threatened me and isolated Grover so he couldn't do his job. This stops now. You're being irrationally cruel. Naruto frowned. Perhaps I am being less than gun-shy but not cruel. He lied to us like you did and that put us in more danger, so no, I was not being cruel. Cruel would have been breaking a leg before I threatened him. Do you put down goats for breaking limbs like you do horses, I wonder? Brunner actually seemed to puff up, angrier and angrier with every word, only to deflate when Percy started laughing. Sorry, Percy said, looking amused and pissed all at once. It's just that he's right. You lied to our faces after that monster lady attacked us. We owe you nothing, no loyalty or decency. Grover is no better, ex-friend or not. I, frankly, am tired of the lies. What happened to my mom? She turned into gold light after the Minotaur choked her. Answer that honestly, and I'll start to trust you. Brunner nodded, looking defeated. That is metamorphosis. Someone took her. She is most likely alive. Naruto, is he telling the truth? Naruto nodded, looking Brunner over closely. I think so, yeah, he is probably withholding information but he isn't lying. That much is clear to me. Alright, we trust you a little bit, Mr. Brunner. What's in the glass, by the way? Percy reached over and picked up the glass next to his chair. Is it apple juice? It's nectar, it will strengthen and heal you. Brunner said, only certain beings can consume it, besides the gods, that is. You are one of them, both of you boys are. Naruto created a clone. Try a sip of both. The clone obeyed him, taking a sip out of both before exploding into flames. The real Naruto cringed, feeling its pain and tasting Ichiraku ramen before turning his wrath on a very confused Brunner. Brunner put his hands out, stopping Naruto in his tracks. Are your clone durable? Naruto shook his head. And it tasted like your favorite most comfortable food, right? Again he nodded. The clone wasn't strong enough to handle the nectar, but since I could sense you gather its energy when it faded, you should have felt better. Do you feel better? Naruto opened his mouth to say no, but then he realized he did in fact feel much better. His head was clear and the little chakra he used felt like it was regenerating. It was pretty epic actually. If it kills Percy I'll kill you all, am I clear? Brunner nodded for a moment, then froze when a Naruto clone appeared and put one of the Minotaur horns to his throat, a very swift Shushin being the culprit. I will end you, both of you, if it hurts Percy. Percy, taking this as his cue, took a sip of the concoction and smiled. Wow, I feel great. It tastes like one of my mom's chocolate chip cookies. Speaking of, When we get her back, I'll have to see if she'll make you some Naruto. They're even better than that ramen you were telling me about. I doubt that, but I'd love to try it. Alright, we buy you crap. What now, Mr. Brunner? Now you come with me, and I will introduce you to the camp director, and word to the wise Naruto, he won't tolerate you behavior. He will put you down and he is strong enough to do it. ... They must have been on the north shore of Long Island, because on this side of the house, the valley marched all the way up to the water, which glittered about a mile in the distance. Naruto was amazed with all he was seeing, for it was truly incredible. The landscape was dotted with buildings that looked like ancient Greek architecture: an open-air pavilion, an amphitheater, a circular arena, except that they all looked brand new, their white marble columns sparkling in the sun. In a nearby sandpit, a dozen high school-age kids and satyrs played volleyball. Canoes glided across a small lake. Kids in bright orange t-shirts like Grover's were chasing each other around a cluster of cabins nestled in the woods. Some shot targets at an archery range. Others rode horses down a wooded trail, and some of their horses had wings to Naruto's extreme shock. They're like summon animals, only smaller. Can I summon toads here? I haven't tried, which is really dumb of me, sigh. Single quote. Down at the end of the porch was a card table with two people. First was the blonde-haired girl with the angry gray eyes, and she was leaning on the porch rail. The man facing them was small, but porky. He had a red nose, big watery eyes, and curly hair so black it was almost purple. He looked utterly miserable, but clearly a drunk. Naruto felt an aura that reminded him of how he thought of Tsunade. An angry drunken gambler. Though unlike her with her big heart and intelligence, this man felt like he lacked either or. That's Mr. D, Grover murmured. He's the camp director. Be polite. The girl, that's Annabeth Chase. She's just a camper, but she's been here longer than just about anybody. Naruto and Percy both sat down next to Mr. D, who looked at them both with bloodshot eyes and heaved a great sigh. Oh, I suppose I must say it. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood. There. Now, don't expect me to be glad to see you. Thanks, Percy said. Naruto frowned at the man. Lovely welcoming. Really, that must have taken you all day to write up. He hated people like this man. He was like Gabe, only Naruto could feel an aura of immense power around him. Like Kyuubi-level power, it just oozed off of him in waves. He would at least try to be respectful. He had learned the cost of disrespect from Tsunade, even if he only understood the lesson with his smarter, calmer brain. Annabeth, Mr. Brunner called to the blonde girl. She came forward and Mr. Brunner introduced us. This young lady nursed you back to health, Percy. Annabeth, my dear, why don't you go check on Percy's and Naruto's bunks? We'll be putting them in cabin 11 for now. Annabeth said, sure, Chiron. She looked at Percy with this intense, Uchiha-like stare, and said, you drool when you sleep. Then she sprinted off down the lawn, her blonde hair flying behind her. Naruto fell into a fit of laughter. I like her, she's funny. Done laughing, he turned to Brunner. So, Brunner, you work at this camp Sally was telling us about. Not Mr. Brunner, the ex-Mr. Brunner said. I'm afraid that was a pseudonym. You may call me Chiron. Okay, totally confused. Percy looked at the director. And Mr. D, does that stand for something? Mr. D stopped shuffling the cards. He looked at me like I'd just belched loudly. Young man, names are powerful things. You don't just go around using them for no reason. Dionysus. They all turned to Naruto, who flushed a little. He hadn't meant to say that out loud. Sorry, but you mentioned gods earlier and I guess part of my ADHD-ridden brain was comparing the tiger pattern stuff. Your really intense aura of power and the fact that you look like you're recovering from the loudest hangover ever. I get like that sometimes, sorry. It's like part of my brain is further ahead than my mouth. Chiron sighed. It is fine, Naruto, and despite all of the ugliness earlier, I'm glad to see you alive. Both of you obviously. It's been a long time since I've made a house call to a potential camper. I'd hate to think I've wasted my time. House call? Percy asked, though apparently only Naruto saw the anger in his words. My year at Yansei Academy, to instruct you. We have satyrs at most schools, of course, keeping a lookout. But Grover alerted me as soon as he met you. He sensed you were something special, so I decided to come upstate. I convinced the other Latin teacher to, take a leave of absence. Then, when he met Naruto, he realized that there was a real rarity, 2 powerful children in one school. I had no choice but to act. You came to Yancey just to teach us? Percy asked. Chiron nodded. Honestly, I wasn't sure about you at first. We contacted your mother, let her know we were keeping an eye on you in case you were ready for Camp Half-Blood. But you still had so much to learn. Nevertheless, you made it here alive, and that's always the first test. Test? Really, you were testing us? We are kids. Percy had no training. I at least have training. Testing him through survival is just cruel and sadistic. Naruto growled at the other man, getting a flinch from Grover and Chiron both. That is inexcusable. It reminded Naruto of the Chunin exams, and how cruel he had realized they were. Especially with how Kakashi had done it, with barely trained genin who just weren't ready. Chiron sighed. I can see why you would think that. Grover, Mr. D said impatiently, are you playing or not? Yes, sir. Grover trembled as he took the 5th chair. You do know how to play Pinnacle. Mr. D eyed them suspiciously. I'm afraid not, Percy said, as did Naruto. I'm afraid not, sir, he said. Sir, well, he said, it is, along with gladiator fighting and Pac-Man, one of the greatest games ever invented by humans. I would expect all civilized young men to know the rules. I'm sure the boys can learn, Chiron said. Please, Percy said, little respect in his tone, what is this place? What am I doing here? Mr. Brun Chiron, why would you go to Yancey Academy just to teach us? Mr. D snorted. I asked the same question. The camp director dealt the cards. Grover flinched every time one landed in his pile. Chiron smiled at me sympathetically at Percy. Percy, he said, did your mother tell you nothing? She said, she told me she was afraid to send me here, even though my father had wanted her to. She said that once I was here, I probably couldn't leave. She wanted to keep me close to her. Typical, Mr. D said. That's how they usually get killed. Naruto was getting ready to clock the man. Young men, are you bidding or not? What? Naruto and Percy asked. He explained, impatiently, how you bid in Pinnacle, and so they did. I'm afraid there's too much to tell, Chiron said. I'm afraid our usual orientation film won't be sufficient. Orientation film? Percy asked. No, Chiron decided. Well, Percy, you know your friend Grover is a satyr. You know he pointed to the horn in the shoe box that you have killed the Minotaur. No small feat, either, lad. You know that Naruto had a variety of interesting powers. What you may not know is that great powers are at work in your life. Gods, the forces you call the Greek gods, are very much alive. Oh, a royal marriage. Trick, trick. Dionysus suddenly yelled as he cackled as he tallied up his points. Mr. D, Grover asked timidly, if you're not going to eat it, could I have your Diet Coke can? Oh, all right. Grover bit a huge shard out of the empty aluminum can and chewed it mournfully. To the shock of Chiron, but not Naruto, Percy nodded. All right, I am not that shocked. I mean, Naruto had a giant, immortal fox made of energy in his belly that could level New York City in a few minutes. Why would I be shocked that there are gods? Both men, even the god next to him, went pale. Chiron whispered. What? Naruto cackled. Oh, you don't know. I have Kyuubi in my belly. The 4th Hokage sealed it inside of me at birth. He feels as strong as this one. He pointed to a still pale Dionysus, who actually looked confused. Stronger even, so I am not too afraid of the gods. They'd had to fight him, and I can't imagine that would be too easy since you don't have chakra in this world to form seals. Wait, that makes no sense. I have felt the Kyuubi's power. Mr. D said, it was easily as strong as my father at its peak, and I am far weaker than my father, so there is no way you have the beast, or at least all of it. Huh, I'll have to look into that. Makes sense though, my scrolls on chakra coils taught me a lot. As a baby I probably couldn't handle the full power of Kyuubi or something. Or the 4th had his own reasons for splitting it. I'll ask my god mom later. Looking utterly stunned, Mr. D waved his hand and a goblet appeared on the table, as if the sunlight had bent, momentarily, and woven the air into glass. The goblet filled itself with red wine. Chiron hardly looked up. WMR. D, He warned, your restrictions. Mr. D looked at the wine, then sighed and looked skywards. I just found out the strongest of the beasts equal to us in strength but unkillable, has entered our world through a Jinchuriki. I think I am entitled to a single glass. There was a rush of thunder that faded away. Thank you, father, I won't waste it. Chiron winked. Mr. D offended his father a while back, took a fancy to a wood nymph who had been declared off limits. Sounds like a child of Zeus. Single quote. Yes, Mr. D confessed. Father loves to punish me. The first time, prohibition. Ghastly, absolutely horrid 10 years. The second time, well, she really was pretty, and I couldn't stay away the second time, he sent me here. Half-Blood Hill, summer camp for brats like you. Be a better influence, he told me. Work with youths rather than tearing them down. Ha, absolutely unfair. Mr. D sounded about 6 years old, like a pouting little kid. And yet Naruto felt bad for him. Here he was an all-powerful god being yanked around by the world's biggest manchild. It was sort of insulting, all for no real reason too. He turned back to his card game. I believe I win. Not quite, Mr. D, Chiron said. He set down a straight, tallied the points, and said, the game goes to me. Sorry boys, but the game, like most, is mine. Naruto put down his cards, and watched as the immortals tallied up his score. Both men sighed and Naruto turned and winked to Percy. Percy knew that Naruto never lost at gambling games. Mr. D got up, and Grover rose, too. I'm tired, Mr. D said. I believe I'll take a nap before the sing-along tonight. But first, Grover, we need to talk, again, about your less-than-perfect performance on this assignment. Grover's face beaded with sweat. Why yes, sir. Mr. D turned to them. Cabin 11, Percy Jackson. Naruto Uzumaki. And mind your manners. He swept into the farmhouse, Grover following miser ably. Will Grover be okay? Percy asked Chiron. Chiron nodded, though he looked a bit troubled. Old Dionysus isn't really mad. He just hates his job. He's been, grounded, I guess you would say, and he can't stand waiting another century before he's allowed to go back to Olympus. Mount Olympus, Percy said, though Naruto was deeply curious as well. You're telling me there really is a palace there? Well now, there's Mount Olympus in Greece. And then there's the home of the gods, the convergence point of their powers, which did indeed used to be on Mount Olympus. It's still called Mount Olympus, out of respect to the old ways, but the palace moves, Percy, just as the gods do. You mean the Greek gods are here? Like, in America? Well, certainly. The gods move with the heart of the West. The what? Come now, Percy, what you call Western civilization. Do you think it's just an abstract concept? No, it's a living force. A collective consciousness that has burned bright for thousands of years. The gods are part of it. You might even say they are the source of it, or at least, they are tied so tightly to it that they couldn't possibly fade, not unless all of Western civilization were obliterated. The fire started in Greece. Then, as you well know, or as I hope you know, since you passed my course, the heart of the fire moved to Rome, and so did the gods. Oh, different names, perhaps Jupiter for Zeus, Venus for Aphrodite, and so on, but the same forces, the same gods. And then what happened? The gods simply moved, to Germany, to France, to Spain, for a while. Wherever the flame was brightest, the gods were there. They spent several centuries in England. All you need to do is look at the architecture. People do not forget the gods. Every place they've ruled, for the last 3,000 years, you can see them in paintings, in statues, on the most important buildings. And yes, Percy, of course they are now in your United States. Look at your symbol, the eagle of Zeus. Look at the statue of Prometheus in Rockefeller Center, the Greek facades of your government buildings in Washington. I defy you to find any American city where the Olympians are not prominently displayed in multiple places. Like it or not, and believe me, plenty of people weren't very fond of Rome. Either America is now the heart of the flame. It is the great power of the West. And so Olympus is here. And we are here. Naruto leaned forward, amazed and curious. And you are you the real Chiron? Chiron smiled. He shifted his weight as if he were going to get up out of his wheelchair. Yes, that is my name. He mused. Now we should get you both a bunk in cabin 11. There will be new friends to meet. And plenty of time for lessons tomorrow. Besides, there will be s'mores at the campfire tonight, and I simply adore chocolate. And then he did rise from his wheelchair. But there was something odd about the way he did it. His blanket fell away from his legs, but the legs didn't move. His waist kept getting longer, rising above his belt. At first, I thought he was wearing very long, white velvet underwear, but as he kept rising out of the chair, taller than any man, I realized that the velvet underwear wasn't underwear. It was the front of an animal, muscle and sinew under coarse white fur. And the wheelchair wasn't a chair. It was some kind of container, an enormous box on wheels, and it must have been magic, because there's no way it could have held all of him. A leg came out, long and knobby-kneed, with a huge polished hoof. Then another front leg, then hindquarters, and then the box was empty, nothing but a metal shell with a couple of fake human legs attached. Naruto gaped in amazement. Even for him this was amazing, as where Chiron's lower body should have been was a huge white stallion. What a relief, the centaur said. I'd been cooped up in there so long, my fetlocks had fallen asleep. Now, come, Percy Jackson, Naruto Uzumaki. Let's meet the other campers. It was only then that Naruto realized he hadn't had the answers he had asked for. He still had no idea who his mother or Percy's father was, but now that he knew gods existed, he had a good idea. As they walked towards the cabins, they passed the volleyball pit. Several of the campers nudged each other. One pointed to the minotaur horns Percy was carrying. Another said, "That's him." Most of the campers were older than either boy. Their satyr friends were bigger than Grover, all of them trotting around in orange camp half-blood t-shirts, with nothing else to cover their bare shaggy hindquarters. Naruto felt uncomfortable, but he could tell that Percy was way worse off, so he glared at the idiots staring at Percy and spiked his chakra. Their fear was something he relished in. Naruto looked back at the farmhouse. It was a lot bigger than he'd realized, 4 stories tall, sky blue with white trim, like an upscale seaside resort. He was checking out the brass eagle weather vane on top when something caught his eye, a shadow in the uppermost window of the attic gable. Something had moved the curtain, and Naruto knew he was being watched. He focused his energies towards it and realized he could sense something in there, something powerful and mighty but more subtle, comparable if not stronger than Dionysus. "What's up there?" Percy asked Chiron. He looked where Percy was pointing, and his smile faded. "Just the attic. Somebody lives there." "No," he said with finality. "Not a single living thing." "I can feel something," Naruto said, frowning. "It's powerful, like God-tier powerful." "What is it?" Ignoring them thoroughly as only a teacher could, Chiron gestured towards where they were walking. "Come along, you two," Chiron said, his light-hearted tone now a little forced. "Lots to see." They walked through the strawberry fields, where campers were picking bushels of berries while a satyr played a tune on a reed pipe. Chiron told them, the camp grew a nice crop for export to New York restaurants and Mount Olympus. Naruto thought of the sound jutsu that he had seen before, and wondered if it was similar. If nothing else, it reminded him of the first Hokage and some of the many scrolls his godmom had forced him to read on the man she apparently had known. He hadn't bought that until he found out that she might be a god. Closing parenthesis. "It pays our expenses," Chiron explained. "And the strawberries take almost no effort." He said Mr. D had this effect on fruit-bearing plants. They just went crazy when he was around. It worked best with wine grapes, but Mr. D was restricted from growing those, so they grew strawberries instead. They watched the satyr playing his pipe. His music was causing lines of bugs to leave the strawberry patch in every direction, like refugees fleeing a fire. Percy suddenly turned to Chiron. "Grover won't get in too much trouble, will he?" I asked Chiron. "I mean, he was a terrible protector, but he make a serious effort. I only managed to fight the bull because of Naruto's training." Chiron sighed. He shed his tweed jacket and draped it over his horse's back like a saddle. "Grover has big dreams, Percy. Perhaps bigger than are reasonable. To reach his goal, he must first demonstrate great courage by succeeding as a keeper, finding a new camper and bringing him safely to Half-Blood Hill." Percy sighed. "I guess that hurts him a lot then. He didn't do much helpful and got knocked out." "He did put in effort, but maybe you're right, and it's too big for him." Naruto felt a pang for Grover. He had been in his shoes, underestimated and undervalued, but unlike Grover he had had someone help him get over his flaws. Maybe that was all that Grover needed, maybe Naruto had been too harsh on the parasite. I might disagree with you, Chiron said. But it is not my place to judge. Dionysus and the Council of Cloven Elders must decide. I'm afraid they might not see this assignment as a success. After all, Grover lost you in New York. Then there's the unfortunate, fate of your mother. And the fact that Grover was unconscious when you dragged him over the property line. The council might question whether this shows any courage on Grover's part. Naruto chuckled a little. I actually knocked him out on the bus. I guess there are no second chances, huh? Chiron winced. I'm afraid that was Grover's second chance, Naruto. The council was not anxious to give him another, either, after what happened the first time, 5 years ago. Olympus knows, I advised him to wait longer before trying again. He's still so small for his age. How old is he? Percy asked. Oh, 28. What? And he's in 6th grade. Satyrs mature half as fast as humans, Percy. Grover has been the equivalent of a middle school student for the past 6 years. That's horrible. Quite, Chiron agreed. At any rate, Grover is a late bloomer, even by satyr standards, and not yet very accomplished at woodland magic. Alas, he was anxious to pursue his dream. Perhaps now he will find some other career. Maybe he should, Percy said. What happened the first time? Was it really so bad? Chiron looked away quickly. Let's move along, shall we? There was an edge of silence that filled the space between them, an awkwardness from Chiron's lack of honesty. Stop hiding stuff from us, it only makes us dislike you. Percy nodded. He's right. The Hold Centaur sighed. I will tell you another time, it is a sad tale but not mine to share entirely. That is why I do not wish to tell you. Now, come, you two. Let's see the woods. As they got closer, Naruto realized how huge the forest was. It took up at least a quarter of the valley, with trees so tall and thick, you could imagine nobody had been in there since the Native Americans. Chiron said, the woods are stocked, if you care to try your luck, but go armed. Stocked with what? Percy asked. Armed with what? You'll see. Capture the flag as Friday night. Do you have your own sword and shield? Percy smirked. Just the one you gave me. Naruto has a sword and a bow from his godmother. Chiron turned to Naruto, eyeing him with curiosity. A bow you say, and that sword, how skilled are you? I only just started with it, and it is a tanto. My godmother said it would fit my small size. She also wants me to eventually learn to wield 2 of them. She does something similar with 2 daggers from what she said. Though to be honest I can use Percy's blade as well as he can. I did train with it in my clones. Chiron's eyes widened. 2 daggers, I do believe I know who your godmother is, I just cannot believe she would. During the next silence they went and saw the archery range, the canoeing lake, the stables which Chiron didn't seem to like very much, the javelin range, the sing-along amphitheater, and the arena where Chiron said they held sword and spear fights. Sword and spear fights? Percy and Naruto asked, both trying to mask their excitement. They both wanted a new challenge beyond each other. Cabin challenges and all that, he explained. Not lethal, usually. Oh, yes, and there's the mess hall. Chiron pointed to an outdoor pavilion framed in white Grecian columns on a hill overlooking the sea. There were a dozen stone picnic tables. No roof, no walls. What do you do when it rains? Percy asked. Chiron looked at him as if he'd gone a little weird. We still have to eat, don't we? Finally, he showed them the cabins. There were 12 of them, nestled in the woods by the lake. They were arranged in a U, with 2 at the base and 5 in a row on either side. And they were without doubt the most bizarre collection of buildings even Naruto had ever seen. Except for the fact that each had a large brass number above the door, odds on the left side, evens on the right, they looked absolutely nothing alike. Number 9 had smokestacks, like a tiny factory. Number 4 had tomato vines on the walls and a roof made out of real grass. 7 seemed to be made of solid gold, which gleamed so much in the sunlight it was almost impossible to look at. They all faced a commons area about the size of a soccer field, dotted with Greek statues, fountains, flower beds, and a couple of basketball hoops. They each radiate literal god power. I can feel it from here. It's intense. That one with the barnacles feels like Percy. I wonder if it's his father. Curiously, it seems empty. Single quote. In the center of the field was a huge stone-lined fire pit. Even though it was a warm afternoon, the hearth smoldered. A girl about 9 years old was tending the flames, poking the coals with a stick. The pair of cabins at the head of the field, numbers 1 and 2, looked like his and hers mausoleums, big white marble boxes with heavy columns in front. Cabin 1 was the biggest and bulkiest of the 12. Its polished bronze doors shimmered like a hologram, so that from different angles lightning bolts seemed to streak across them. Cabin 2 was more graceful somehow, with slimmer columns garlanded with pomegranates and flowers. The walls were carved with images of peacocks. Zeus and Hera, Percy guessed. Correct, Chiron said. Their cabins look empty. Several of the cabins are. That's true. No one ever stays in 1 or 2. I thought Zeus had 1,000,000 kids, why would his cabin be empty? Naruto turned to Chiron, who sighed. It is tied to the story I mentioned earlier, I will explain it to you later. Percy suddenly stopped in front of the first cabin on the left, cabin 3, the one that felt like him. It wasn't high and mighty like cabin 1, but long and low and solid. The outer walls were of rough gray stone studded with pieces of seashell and coral, as if the slabs had been hewn straight from the bottom of the ocean floor. Percy peeked inside the open doorway and Chiron said, "Oh, I wouldn't do that. Come along, Percy." Most of the other cabins were crowded with campers. Number 5 was bright red, a real nasty paint job, as if the color had been splashed on with buckets and fists. The roof was lined with barbed wire. A stuffed wild boar's head hung over the doorway, and its eyes seemed to follow Naruto. Inside he could see a bunch of mean-looking kids, both girls and boys, arm wrestling and arguing with each other while rock music blared. The loudest was a girl maybe 13 or 14. She wore a size XXXL Camp Half-Blood t-shirt under a camouflage jacket. She zeroed in on Percy and gave him an evil sneer. Percy, to Naruto's intense pride, snarled right back at her with such ferocity she actually recoiled in shock. They kept walking, trying to stay clear of Chiron's hooves. "We haven't seen any other centaurs," Percy observed. "No," said Chiron sadly. "My kinsmen are a wild and barbaric folk, I'm afraid. You might encounter them in the wilderness, or at major sporting events. But you won't see any here. You said your name was Chiron. Are you really?" He smiled down at Percy. "The Chiron from the stories. Trainer of Hercules and all that." "Yes, Percy, I am. But, shouldn't you be dead?" Chiron paused, as if the question intrigued him. "I honestly don't know about should be. The truth is, I can't be dead. You see, eons ago the gods granted my wish. I could continue the work I loved. I could be a teacher of heroes as long as humanity needed me. I gained much from that wish, and I gave up much. But I'm still here, so I can only assume I'm still needed. Doesn't it ever get boring?" No, he said. "Horribly depressing, at times, but never boring." "Why depressing?" Naruto felt a pang of pain for Chiron. He outlives his students Percy, his kids for all intents and purposes. "Oh, look," Chiron suddenly said. "Annabeth is waiting for us." The blonde girl they'd met at the big house was reading a book in front of the last cabin on the left, number 11. When they reached her, she looked them over critically. Naruto felt like she had a Sharingan and was analyzing every part of him, even things he couldn't see. To make it easier to deal with, he tried to see what she was reading but quickly realized that she was reading literal Greek. Naruto knew Latin and was mildly proficient in it, but had no concept of Greek. Especially ancient Greek. There were pictures of temples and statues and different kinds of columns, like those in an architecture book. "Annabeth," Chiron said, "I have master's archery class at noon. Would you take Percy and Naruto from here?" "Yes, sir." "Cabin 11, Chiron told me, gesturing toward the doorway. "Make yourself at home." Out of all the cabins, 11 looked the most like a regular old summer camp cabin, with the emphasis on old. The threshold was worn down, the brown paint peeling. Over the doorway was one of those, a winged pole with 2 snakes wrapped around it. A caduceus. Inside, it was packed with people, both boys and girls, way more than the number of bunk beds. Sleeping bags were spread all over on the floor. It looked like a gym where the Red Cross had set up an evacuation center. Chiron didn't go in. The door was too low for him. But when the campers saw him they all stood and bowed respectfully. Well, then, Chiron said. Good luck, Percy, Naruto. I'll see you both at dinner. He galloped away toward the archery range. They stood in the doorway, looking at the kids. The other kids weren't bowing anymore. They were staring at Naruto and Percy, sizing me up. Naruto flared his chakra, daring them to challenge him. He knew this crap, he went through it on the daily at the academy every time he failed. What is that? Annabeth said, looking at him with some fear. A reminder not to fuck with me, Naruto said, smiling at the girl winningly. Percy just laughed and walked in. Nice to meet you all, I'm Percy and this is Naruto. Key advice, don't mess with him, he will kill you for fun. Annabeth announced, Percy Jackson, meet Cabin 11. Regular or undetermined? Somebody asked. Not having a clue what that meant, Naruto and Percy remained quiet. On the other hand, Annabeth said, undetermined. Everybody groaned. A guy who was a little older than the rest came forward. Now, campers. That's what we're here for. Welcome, Percy. Welcome, Naruto. You can have that spot on the floor, right over there, Percy. Naruto, there's a space over here for you. I'll sleep outside, Naruto said. Turning on heel, he pointed out to a tree in the distance. Looks better than being crammed into this small cabin. Actually, I think I have a tent sealed on me, not sure. The guy who spoke up was about 19, and he looked pretty cool. He was tall and muscular, with short cropped sandy hair and a friendly smile. He wore an orange tank top, cutoffs, sandals, and a leather necklace with 5 different colored clay beads. The only thing unsettling about his appearance was a thick white scar that ran from just beneath his right eye to his jaw, like an old knife slash. This is Luke, Annabeth said, and her voice sounded different somehow. She was flushed, but the moment she saw Naruto and Percy looking at her she turned cold again. He's your counselor for now. For now, Percy asked. You're undetermined, Luke explained patiently. They don't know what cabin to put you in, so you're here. Cabin 11 takes all newcomers, all visitors. Naturally, we would. Hermes, our patron, is the god of travelers. How long will I be here? I asked. Good question, Luke said. Until you're determined. How long will that take? The campers all laughed and Naruto frowned. Keep in mind we never saw that introductory film, so we are shooting in the dark. Oh, I should remind you. He blurred away, using his chakra to bolster his speed. In one motion he grabbed Luke's arm and twisted it, kicking out his knee so he was kneeling. The other hand reached over to choke Luke and yank him up. The room gasped and everyone looked angry and afraid and shocked all at once. If any of the children of the god of thieves aim to steal from us, they will find their arms and legs broken and wake up belly up in that lake over there. Am I clear? Every single person nodded, even Annabeth. So Naruto let go of Luke, who gasped for air and stumbled away, looking shocked and pissed. Naruto didn't seem to care. He knew he should, but something stopped it. He knew he was being a dick, but it didn't or wouldn't matter. Come on, Annabeth told the. I'll show you the volleyball court. We've already seen it. Come on. She grabbed Percy by his wrist and dragged him outside. Naruto wasn't happy about that, but neither was Percy. Percy's training kicked in and he twisted his wrist, yanking it out of her grip before decking her so hard she actually went flying back on her ass. Shock and pain covered her reddening face. Touch me again and I break something. I refuse to be bullied because you have a stick wedged up your ass. We are new, but we aren't fresh meat for you to abuse. Get over yourself. What's your problem? She said, rubbing her cheek and throwing her body up in him. I can't believe I thought you were the one. Percy rolled his eyes and stepped closer, making her back up automatically. What the hell do you mean the one? I just killed that Minotaur, it wasn't that hard. Don't talk like that, Annabeth told me. You know how many kids at this camp wish they'd had your chance. To get killed, to fight the Minotaur, what do you think we train for? Percy shook his head. Look, if the thing I fought really was the Minotaur, the same one in the stories. Yes, then there's only one, yes, and he died, like, a gajillion years ago, right? Theseus killed him in the labyrinth. So, monsters don't die, Percy. They can be killed, but they don't die. Oh, thanks. That clears it up. They don't have souls, like you and me. You can dispel them for a while, maybe even for a whole lifetime if you're lucky. But they are primal forces. Chiron calls them archetypes. Eventually, they reform. Naruto frowned. What about Miss Dodds? We killed her not that long ago. I mean, your math teacher. That's right, she's still out there. You just made her very, very mad. How did you know about Mrs. Dodds? You talk in your sleep. You almost called her something. A fury. They're Hades' torturers, right? Annabeth glanced nervously at the ground, as if she expected it to open up and swallow her. You shouldn't call them by name, even here. We call them the kindly ones, if we have to speak of them at all. Naruto snorted. She was weak. Percy decapitated her without my training, and with it he could have butchered her easily. Hell, I could have killed her before I grew up in this world. And that is saying a lot. Percy laughed here, and Naruto enjoyed the sound. Why do I have to stay in cabin 11, anyway? Why is everybody so crowded together? There are plenty of empty bunks right over there. He pointed to the first few cabins, and Annabeth turned pale. You don't just choose a cabin, Percy. It depends on who your parents are. Or, your parent. She stared at him, waiting for him to get it, but in that moment Naruto realized that Percy hadn't figured it out entirely. He wasn't aware of them being demigods, the only answer that seemed to fit the cabin rule, Percy's powers, their missing parent and godparent. My mom is Sally Jackson, he said. She works at the candy store in Grand Central Station. At least, she used to. I'm sorry about your mom, Percy. But that's not what I mean. I'm talking about your other parent. Your dad. He's dead. I never knew him. Annabeth sighed. Clearly, she'd had this conversation before with other kids. Your father's not dead. Percy. How can you say that? You know him. No, of course not. Then how can you say? Because I know you. You wouldn't be here if you weren't one of us. You don't know anything about me. No. She raised an eyebrow. I bet you moved around from school to school. I bet you were kicked out of a lot of them. How? Diagnosed with dyslexia. Probably ADHD, too. I tried to swallow my embarrassment. What does that have to do with anything? Taken together, it's almost a sure sign. The letters float off the page when you read, right? That's because your mind is hardwired for ancient Greek. And the ADHD, you're impulsive, can't sit still in the classroom. That's your battlefield reflexes. In a real fight, they'd keep you alive. As for the attention problems, that's because you see too much, Percy, not too little. Your senses are better than a regular mortal's. Of course the teachers want you medicated. Most of them are monsters. They don't want you seeing them for what they are. You sound like you went through the same thing. Most of the kids here did. If you weren't like us, you couldn't have survived the Minotaur, much less the ambrosia and nectar. The food and drink we were giving you to make you better. That stuff would have killed a normal kid. It would have turned your blood to fire and your bones to sand, and you'd be dead. Face it, you're a half-blood. Percy's eyes widened. Gods are here and they are real. I'm a demigod. That explains a lot actually. He turned to Naruto, who was smiling. We are demigods. Then a husky voice yelled, well, Anubis. They looked over. The big girl from the ugly red cabin was sauntering toward us. She had 3 other girls behind her, all big and ugly and mean looking like her, all wearing camo jackets. Clarice, Annabeth sighed. Why don't you go polish your spear or something? Sure, Miss Princess, the big girl said. So I can run you through with it Friday night. Eres Korakas, Annabeth said, which Naruto somehow understood was Greek for, go to the crows. He knew, somehow, that it was like saying go to hell. You don't stand a chance. We'll pulverize you, Clarice said, but her eye twitched. Perhaps she wasn't sure she could follow through on the threat. She turned toward Percy. Who's this little runt? Percy Jackson, Annabeth said, meet Clarice, daughter of Ares. Ah, explains the smell. Percy said, like an idiot. Naruto just chuckled though, knowing it was like Percy to be as sassy as could be on pure impulse. Clarice growled, we got an initiation ceremony for newbies, Percy. Percy, whatever. Come on, I'll show you. Clarice Annabeth tried to say. Stay out of it, wise girl. Percy handed Annabeth the Minotaur horns and got ready to fight. In what felt like slow motion, Clarice, charged his friend. Percy did an expert dodge, then ducked under her swing, turning to kick her in the back of the knee as he had been trained. With all of his strength, Percy decked the girl in the back of the head and down she went, utterly unconscious. To be sure, he kicked her hard in the head, a sound that echoed around them with its force. He turned to the others, and charged with Naruto at his side. In minutes they were down, also unconscious. None of them were fast enough to deal with Percy, let alone Naruto. Their moves were sloppy, dramatic, more like brawlers. Naruto knew that he was once like that, actually until he came to this world that was what he was like. It was kind of embarrassing to see himself in their movements. He hadn't even needed to use any jutsu, he barely needed taijutsu. Just leave them, Naruto said, as a crowd started to form around them as people heard and saw the fight. Percy nodded, turning to see a stunned Annabeth. He demanded, "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking," she said, "that I want you on my team for capture the flag. Both of you." Single quote, single quote, single quote. Percy was scared of what he was becoming. He saw himself getting darker, meaner, like Naruto had when he entered this world. He knew why. He was getting tired of the abuse, lies and secrets and had a reason to value his life and see through the crap. Still, that didn't mean he was entirely happy with the changes, no matter how much it helped him. He just hoped that one day he could still recognize himself and that a stranger hadn't appeared where he used to be. Word of the beatdown they gave to Aries' kids spread immediately. Wherever they went, campers pointed at them and murmured things about Aries' cabin. Annabeth seemed annoyed with the stares, still she was helpful in their tours. She showed them a few more places. The metal shop, where kids were forging their own swords, the arts and crafts room, where satyrs were sandblasting a giant marble statue of a goat man, and the climbing wall, which actually consisted of two facing walls that shook violently, dropped boulders, sprayed lava, and clashed together if you didn't get to the top fast enough. Finally they returned to the canoeing lake, where the trail led back to the cabins. "I've got training to do," Annabeth said flatly. "Dinner's at 7:30. Just follow your cabin to the mess hall." "Thank you for being so kind," Naruto said just as flatly, making the girl pale a little to his joy. "You should really try to be a little nicer. We haven't done a thing to you besides deck you and you kind of deserved it." She looked at him with a sheen of annoyance that only faded slightly. "Maybe," then rubbed her face where, oddly enough, there was not a trace of a bruise or even a red mark. Demigods were durable. Naruto knew that while Percy's strength wasn't anything special, he knew how to throw a punch, and that meant more than raw power in a lot of cases. There should have been at least a little red mark. "You need to talk to the Oracle," Annabeth said. "Who?" "Not who. What?" "The Oracle. I'll ask Chiron." Naruto and Percy both turned to the lake. Naruto personally froze when he saw two beautiful teen girls sitting cross-legged at the base of the pier, about 20 feet below. They wore blue jeans and shimmering green t-shirts, and their brown hair floated loose around their shoulders as minnows darted in and out. They smiled and waved, but from their gazes it was clear Percy was more interesting to them, another point to an idea Naruto had on to whom Percy's father was. Loving the sea, water-based powers, water nymphs liking him, he was definitely Poseidon's child. How could not one else notice this? I am not even all that smart and I noticed it. Percy, being the sweet person he was, waved back. "Don't encourage them," Annabeth warned. "Naiads are terrible flirts." "Naiads," Percy sighed. "If I wasn't used to weird stuff thanks to Naruto, this might be my breaking point." "So, if my father is a god, who is he?" Annabeth nodded. "He's one of the Olympians." "That I am sure of." "That's not that shocking. The gods were horny in myths, doubtful that would ever really change." Naruto chuckled. "They remind me of Jiraiya, my godfather. Just as negligent as he was too." Percy, knowing the story of Jiraiya and his crap, turned to Annabeth to change the subject a little before it made Naruto melancholy. "So, who's your dad?" Her hands tightened around the pier railing and it was clear that her father was a sensitive subject. "My dad is a professor at West Point," she said. "I haven't seen him since I was very small. He teaches American history. He's human." "What? You assume it has to be a male god who finds a human female attractive? How sexist is that?" Naruto frowned. "Other than Aphrodite, most goddesses were not known for their human lovers. A lot were virgins and most didn't really feature at all in major stories. It's pretty fair to expect your parent to be a god over your mom. Annabeth froze. Good point. Sorry for snapping Percy, cabin 6. Percy nodded, then frowned. Meaning? Annabeth straightened. Athena, goddess of wisdom and battle. Naruto frowned this time. I thought she was a virgin goddess. She is, but there are exceptions. I am a brainchild, made from divine thought and human ingenuity. Like one of my clones. Naruto created a clone to make a point. Made from thought and energy with since they're gods they can do more than just clones. Very cool. There was a lustful look in Annabeth's eyes. You must tell me how you do that, and that speed thing earlier with Luke. I have never seen anyone move so fast. I'll tell you another time, if you're being nice. Anyway, any clue who our parents are? His dad and my godmom. I know my parents were mortal but I have been adopted by a goddess, if that helps you figure it out. I am already pretty sure I know who Percy's dad is. Annabeth nodded but Percy whipped his head towards Naruto. You do. Don't say it. Annabeth barked out at them, getting their attention. There is a reason you can't just claim your parents, they can and sometimes do punish us for claiming them earlier than they want. We work on their time, not ours. That was not something Naruto liked. My mom knew, Percy said. Annabeth looked pained. Maybe not, Percy. Gods don't always reveal their identities. My dad would have. He loved her. Annabeth gave him a cautious look. She didn't want to burst his bubble. Maybe you're right. Maybe he'll send a sign. That's the only way to know for sure. Your father has to send you a sign claiming you as his son. Sometimes it happens. You mean sometimes it doesn't. Annabeth ran her palm along the rail. The gods are busy. They have a lot of kids and they don't always, well, sometimes they don't care about us, Percy. They ignore us. Naruto bubbled with rage, feeling a trace element of Kyuubi's wrath in him. These so-called gods are no better than that idiot Jiraiya. They only care for themselves, sleep around and drop their responsibilities when they please. Fuckers the lot of them. Single quote. So I'm stuck here, Percy said. That's it, for the rest of my life. It depends, Annabeth said. Some campers only stay the summer. If you're a child of Aphrodite or Demeter, you're probably not a real powerful force. The monsters might ignore you, so you can get by with a few months of summer training and live in the mortal world the rest of the year. But for some of us, it's too dangerous to leave. We're year-rounders. In the mortal world, we attract monsters. They sense us. They come to challenge us. Most of the time, they'll ignore us until we're old enough to cause trouble about 10 or 11 years old, but after that, most demigods either make their way here, or they get killed off. A few manage to survive in the outside world and become famous. Believe me, if I told you the names, you'd know them. Some don't even realize they're demigods. But very, very few are like that. So monsters can't get in here. Annabeth shook her head. Not unless they're intentionally stalked in the woods or specially summoned by somebody on the inside. Why would anybody want to summon a monster? Practice fights. Practical jokes. Practical jokes. The point is, the borders are sealed to keep mortals and monsters out. From the outside, mortals look into the valley and see nothing unusual, just a strawberry farm. So, you're a year-rounder. Annabeth nodded. From under the collar of her t-shirt she pulled a leather necklace with 5 clay beads of different colors. It was just like Luke's, except Annabeth's also had a big gold ring strung on it, like a college ring. I've been here since I was 7, she said. Every August, on the last day of summer session, you get a bead for surviving another year. I've been here longer than most of the counselors, and they're all in college. Why did you come so young? She twisted the ring on her necklace. None of your business. No need to be rude. Percy stood up for himself, glaring at the rude girl. If it bothers you just don't answer. Anyway, so I could just walk out of here right now if I wanted to. The girl frowned at him. It would be suicide, but you could, with Mr. D's or Chiron's permission. But they wouldn't give permission until the end of the summer session unless you were granted a quest. But that hardly ever happens. The last time. Her voice trailed off. Naruto could tell from her tone that the last time hadn't gone well. Back in the sick room, Percy said, "When you were feeding me that stuff. Ambrosia. Yeah, you asked me something about the summer solstice." Annabeth's shoulders tensed. "So you do know something?" "Not a clue. Just weird dreams and what you said." She clenched her fists. "I wish I knew. Chiron and the satyrs, they know, but they won't tell me. Something is wrong in Olympus, something pretty major. Last time I was there, everything seemed so normal." "You've been to Olympus." "Some of us year-rounders, Luke and Clarice and I and a few others, we took a field trip during winter solstice. That's when the gods have their big annual council." Naruto gaped at her. "How the hell did you get there?" "The Long Island Railroad, of course. You get off at Penn Station. Empire State Building, special elevator to the 600th floor. She turned and looked like she expected Percy to already know this. "You are a New Yorker, right?" "He's not from here, I can tell from his accent, but you're from around here." "Oh, sure." Right after we visited, Annabeth continued, the weather got weird, as if the gods had started fighting. "A couple of times since, I've overheard satyrs talking. The best I can figure out is that something important was stolen. And if it isn't returned by summer solstice, there's going to be trouble. When you came, I was hoping, Athena can get along with just about anybody, except for Ares. And of course she's got the rivalry with Poseidon. But, aside from that, I thought we could work together. I thought you might know something." "I've got to get a quest," Annabeth muttered to herself. "I'm not too young. If they would just tell me the problem." Naruto could smell barbecue smoke coming from somewhere nearby. Naruto laughed as Percy's stomach growled. "She told them to go on, she'd catch them later. I left her on the pier, tracing her finger across the rail as if drawing a battle plan." Single quote. Back at cabin 11, everybody was talking and horsing around, waiting for dinner. For the first time, Naruto noticed that a lot of the campers had similar features: sharp noses, upturned eyebrows, mischievous smiles. They were the kind of kids that teachers would peg as troublemakers. "They look like me," Naruto noticed absently. "So many of them are blonde, a few have blue eyes, even their builds are like mine. Are they my family?" The two boys, bordering on brothers, moved over to Percy's spot. The counselor, Luke, came over. He had the Hermes family resemblance, too. It was marred by that scar on his right cheek, but his smile was intact. "Found you a sleeping bag," he said. "And here, I stole you both some toiletries from the camp store." Percy flushed a little. "Thanks." Naruto nodded at the man. "Same, thanks." "No prob." Luke sat next to them, pushed his back against the wall. "Tough first day." Percy shrugged. "Not really, a couple of Ares kids thought they could mess with us. We took them down. Was easy." "He's got a point. Percy's barely got more than a few months training and he's way better than they are." Naruto chuckled a little, thinking of how weak the Ares kids were. "He could make Genin in my world in another few months easy." "So your dad is Hermes?" Percy suddenly asked. He pulled a switchblade out of his back pocket and he just scraped the mud off the sole of his sandal. "Yeah, Hermes. The wing-footed messenger guy. That's him. Messengers, medicine, travelers, merchants, thieves. Anybody who uses the roads. That's why you're here, enjoying Cabin 11's hospitality. Hermes isn't picky about who he sponsors." "You ever meet your dad?" he asked. "Once." Luke looked up and managed a smile. "Don't worry about it, you guys. The campers here, they're mostly good people. After all, we're extended family, right? We take care of each other." Percy frowned suddenly, and then said something Naruto had forgotten about. "Annabeth, twice, she said I might be the one. She said I should talk to the oracle. What was that all about?" Luke folded his knife. "I hate prophecies." "What do you mean?" His face twitched around the scar. "Let's just say I messed things up for everybody else. The last 2 years, ever since my trip to the Garden of the Hesperides went sour, Chiron hasn't allowed any more quests. Annabeth's been dying to get out into the world. She pestered Chiron so much he finally told her he already knew her fate. He'd had a prophecy from the oracle. He wouldn't tell her the whole thing, but he said Annabeth wasn't destined to go on a quest yet. She had to wait until somebody special came to the camp. Somebody special. Don't worry about it, kid, Luke said. Annabeth wants to think every new camper who comes through here is the omen she's been waiting for. Now, come on, it's dinner time. The moment he said it, a horn blew in the distance. Luke yelled, 11, fall in. The whole cabin, about 20 of us, filed into the commons yard. They lined up in order of seniority, so Naruto and Percy were dead last. Campers came from the other cabins, too, except for the 3 empty cabins at the end, and cabin 8, which had looked normal in the daytime, but was now starting to glow silver as the sun went down. They marched up the hill to the mess hall pavilion. Satyrs joined us from the meadow. Naiads emerged from the canoeing lake. A few other girls came out of the woods, literally. One girl, about 9 or 10 years old, knelt from the side of a maple tree and come skipping up the hill. In all, there were maybe 100 campers, a few dozen satyrs, and a dozen assorted wood nymphs and naiads. At the pavilion, torches blazed around the marble columns. A central fire burned in a bronze brazier the size of a bathtub. Each cabin had its own table, covered in white cloth trimmed in purple. 4 of the tables were empty, but cabin 11's was way overcrowded. Percy had to squeeze onto the edge of a bench with half his butt hanging off. Naruto didn't bother and just sat on the ground. I am used to it, he said when Luke protested. I am basically Japanese, we eat sitting on the floor for home meals usually. Absently, Naruto saw Grover sitting at table 12 with Mr. D, a few satyrs, and a couple of plump blonde boys who looked just like Mr. D. Chiron stood to one side, the picnic table being way too small for a centaur. Annabeth sat at table 6 with a bunch of serious-looking athletic kids, all with her gray eyes and honey blonde hair. Clarice sat behind them at Ares's table. She'd apparently gotten over being down, because she was laughing and belching right alongside her idiot siblings. Finally, Chiron pounded his hoof against the marble floor of the pavilion, and everybody fell silent. He raised a glass. To the gods. Everybody else raised their glasses. To the gods. Naruto didn't bother, not caring for the moronic gods who dared demand love when they refused to care for their children. Wood nymphs came forward with platters of food. Grapes, apples, strawberries, cheese, fresh bread, and barbecue. Naruto's glass was empty, but Luke said, speak to it. Whatever you want, non-alcoholic, of course. Percy said, cherry coke. To his. The glass filled with sparkling caramel liquid. Blue cherry coke. The soda turned a violent shade of cobalt. Mango juice, Naruto said, and the drink swirled until it filled with his new favorite juice. Here you go, Percy, Luke said, handing him a platter of smoked brisket. Percy and Naruto both loaded their plates and both were about to take a big bite when they noticed everybody getting up, carrying their plates toward the fire in the center of the pavilion. Come on, Luke told them. As they got closer, they saw that everyone was taking a portion of their meal and dropping it into the fire, the ripest strawberry, the juiciest slice of beef, the warmest, most buttery roll. That's dumb. Naruto frowned. Luke murmured in the ear, burnt offerings for the gods. They like the smell. You're kidding. His look warned them not to take this lightly, but Naruto was disgusted. The gods were looking worse and worse by the minute. Luke approached the fire, bowed his head, and tossed in a cluster of fat red grapes. Hermes. Percy was next. He scraped a big slice of brisket into the flames. Naruto was last, tossing in a single roll, and he made sure it wasn't the nicest or the tastiest. Thanks for taking me here, but it was your duty as my godmother, so, yeah. Please reveal yourself, and whoever Percy's dad is, be good to him. He deserves it. I took care of Gabe, the guy abusing your kid. You owe me. Single quote. Then he got a whiff of the smoke. It smelled nothing like burning food. It smelled of hot chocolate and fresh baked brownies, hamburgers on the grill and wildflowers, and 100 other good things that shouldn't have gone well together, but did. When everybody had returned to their seats and finished eating their meals, Chiron pounded his hoof again for their attention. Mr. D got up with a huge sigh. Yes, I suppose I'd better say hello to all you brats. Well, hello. Our activities director, Chiron, says the next capture the flag is Friday. Cabin 5 presently holds the laurels. A bunch of ugly cheering rose from the Ares table. Personally, Mr. D continued, I couldn't care less, but congratulations. Also, I should tell you that we have 2 new campers today. Peter Johnson and Nathan Uchiha. Chiron murmured something. Percy Jackson, and Naruto Uzumaki. Mr. D corrected. That's right. Hurrah, and all that. Now run along to your silly campfire. Go on. Everybody cheered. They all headed down toward the amphitheater, where Apollo's cabin led a sing-along. They sang camp songs about the gods and ate s'mores and joked around. Naruto didn't feel at home, or comfortable or happy. He felt tired, annoyed and hateful towards the gods for expecting this to be enough for their kids. His godmom had done more than that, so he would appreciate her, but the rest of them, he couldn't care less. But this place would do for now, for him and Percy. For the time being it would be enough, they would be well fed and trained, and that is what mattered. If only he knew how little they would get to enjoy their new home. The next few days Naruto and Percy settled into a routine that felt almost normal, if you didn't count the fact that they was getting lessons from satyrs, nymphs, and a centaur. Each morning they took ancient Greek from Annabeth, and they talked about the gods and goddesses in the present tense. Naruto found that, since he already had taught himself English and Latin, Greek wasn't too hard to pick up. By the week's end he could stumble through a few lines of Homer without too much headache. He felt a surge of pride, knowing that he would be bragging when he went home that he was fluent, or would be, in at least 4 different languages and whatever the hell ceiling was. The rest of the day, they'd rotate through outdoor activities, looking for something they were each good at. Chiron tried to teach them archery. Thankfully Naruto had already had some experience with a bow, though he didn't remember being so good he could make every shot perfectly. He realized quickly that it had come from his godmother's blessing. Percy, having had some practice with Naruto though not very seriously, managed to only put an arrow in Chiron's tail once, so they were pretty proud of that accomplishment. Then there was foot racing, which Naruto excelled at. Years of running from Shunin and Jonin for pranks, training day in and out with weights since he entered this world, and having chakra made him a very, very fast boy. He was easily able to outpace even the fastest of the wood nymphs. Percy, thanks to their training, did rather well and beat about half of them, and that was without chakra. And wrestling. Naruto could dominate anyone on camp in terms of sheer strength, a perk of chakra and his natural strength plus the weights. Percy did really well here, due to their training, and only Clarice could beat him, but he gave her a serious workout with his squirmy body and out-of-the-box thinking. Then there was canoeing, which Naruto sucked at royally. It was just confusing, but Percy excelled here for some reason, adding more credence to the idea that he was Poseidon's kid. Naruto was pretty damn sure he was right. The other counselors were looking at them both, trying to determine who their parents were. Naruto was harder as he lacked the physical features of a demigod since he wasn't born one. He was stronger than Ares' kids, as good at archery as a child of Apollo, lacked Dionysus or Demeter's ways with plants. He had some talent with the forge, but it wasn't enough to be magically induced. Luke swore that Naruto was a child of Apollo and that Percy was probably one of his siblings, a master of none but jack of all trades. Naruto still hated camp, however, still felt bitter and hateful towards the gods for the shithole so many of the kids' lives were. Just listening into any conversation made that impossibly so. 6 he knew of were abused by their parents, 4 were attacked by monsters, and a dozen were ostracized and bullied for being without one parent or for their learning disorders, and that was just from within Hermes' cabin. The only person to really get his bitterness was Luke, who was quiet about it but often showcased it in his words and the glares that would randomly cross his face during the day. Naruto could feel it, almost like killer intent and bloodlust, wafting off of him. Thursday afternoon, 3 days after they'd arrived at Camp Half-Blood, they had their first sword-fighting lesson. Everybody from Cabin 11 gathered in the big circular arena, where Luke would be their instructor. They started with basic stabbing and slashing, using some straw-stuffed dummies in Greek armor, but Naruto quickly fell into the more advanced movements that he had learned through his own training with and without kunai. It was different than what the others were learning, more about slicing than stabs they were focused on. He knew that was because, as a ninja, speed was more important than piercing armor. As it turned out, his style was a mix of a ninja style and the Greek style, more proof his godmother was a literal godmother since it was through her scrolls that he had learned how to wield any form of a blade. "You have a lot of skill with this," Luke said when he came over. Naruto nodded. Been at this for a few months, I learned through my body best. I taught myself a lot. It's impressive, I can tell our style is part of it but I don't recognize the rest of it. You wouldn't, it's from another world. Luke's eyes widened for a moment before a smirk crossed his face. I want to see how it measures up, you owe me a spar. Yada. Naruto stopped, sighing. I thought I was done with my verbal tick, damn it, anyway, sure, I'd love to spar with you. Heck, if you can't get me go against Percy, I taught him swordplay as well. He's pretty good, a natural talent that one. There was a look in Luke's eyes that was very telling. Eventually they moved on to dueling in pairs. Luke announced he would be Percy's partner, so Naruto stopped to watch, being the odd man out and the most skilled besides Luke. Good luck, one of the campers told Percy. Luke's the best swordsman in the last 300 years. Maybe he'll go easy on me, Percy said. The camper snorted. Naruto just sat back and watched as Percy started the duel, lunging forward with riptide in hand, slicing through the air, forcing Luke back. Luke retaliated with a jab, only for Percy to easily deflect it and reach forward to grab Luke's arm and yank him forward before slamming a fist against Luke's pretty face. Before Luke could do more than stumble back, Percy slammed the flat of his blade against Luke's wrist, forcing him to drop his blade. His sword poked at the edge of Luke's throat, a smirk on Percy's face. How? Luke looked down at the blade that had clanged against the sandy floor while Naruto laughed long and loud, enjoying the silent stunned campers. Percy laughed. Naruto taught me how to fight like a ninja, take every pot shot you can and never play fair. You expected pure swordplay so I played dirty. I watched you earlier, you're a way better swordsman than I am. Like massively better, you're also way faster and stronger, the only way I could win is playing dirty. Luke gulped a little. Okay, I guess it's time for a break. Go get your drinks. Everyone swarmed the drink cooler, even Naruto though he wasn't tired in the slightest due to having more stamina than some gods. Mostly he just watched and listened to the idiots chattering on about how cool Percy and Naruto were. At some point Luke poured ice water on his head, which apparently looked like such a good idea. Percy did the same. Percy's aura exploded into strength, even stronger than when they were at the beach. He officially realized that Percy was in fact Poseidon's, there was no longer any doubts. Okay, everybody circle up, Luke ordered. If Percy doesn't mind, I want to give you a little demo. The Hermes guys gathered around. They were suppressing smiles, as if they were expecting Percy to be beaten up. They were in for quite the surprise. Luke told everybody he was going to demonstrate a disarming technique, how to twist the enemy's blade with the flat of your own sword so that he had no choice but to drop his weapon. This is difficult, he stressed. I've had it used against me. No laughing at Percy, now. Most swordsmen have to work years to master this technique. He demonstrated the move on me in slow motion. Sure enough, the sword clattered out of my hand. Now in real time, he said, after I'd retrieved my weapon. We keep sparring until one of us pulls it off. Ready, Percy. Percy nodded, and Luke came after him. He wasn't holding back, but still Percy was keeping up. Naruto was faster and stronger than Luke was, even his clones were better physically, so Percy was used to blinding speed. He countered every single blow and slash, using creative movements and vicious strength to hold his own against his superior opponent. It was actually very impressive, and then Percy tried the disarming maneuver. His blade hit the base of Luke's and he shoved, putting his whole weight into a downward thrust. Clang! Luke's sword rattled against the stones once more. The tip of my blade was an inch from his undefended chest. The other campers were silent, their earlier smugness sealed away by the superiority of Percy's epicness. My turn, Naruto said and Luke paled. Single quote. So I think I know who your dad is. Naruto said, as he and Percy were walking alongside the beach. He felt Percy's aura increase as the ebb and flow of the tide brushed against his shoes. It's actually pretty obvious really, what with all the water-type stuff happening to you. Percy, to his shock, nodded. Honestly, that's what I was thinking. I remember your lesson on looking underneath and all that. A lot of things are adding up, the beach making my aura stronger, my dad being lost as sea, the water making me stronger when I fought Luke. I thought it wasn't supposed to happen, Chiron said that there was a reason the cabins were empty. I guess we could ask him, but I still don't trust him to give me an open answer. Fair enough, but we have little choice. We could ask him, and if he lies or withholds information we can just threaten him. Percy sighed. Why are we acting like this? It isn't like me, but here I am, wanting to agree with you. I think it's because of my godmom's influence. Naruto stopped and the idea blossomed within him fully. Everyone acts similarly based on their cabins, that I noticed quickly. I think my godmom blessing me to make me a demigod is making me meaner. I wasn't like this before I came here, and therapy can only do so much. I think whatever my godmom is, who she is not someone who takes abuse and crap. I think I am inheriting that, and I am grateful for it. Now, since I am a big influence on you, well, I am making you meaner. It's a good thing though. We were both too passive and let the world bully us. We are demanding answers others are keeping from us and not taking crap. It comes off as mean, but I don't see it that way. I guess so. It depends on just how bad we get. I guess as long as we don't cross a line, some line, then we are fine. What that line is, I am not sure. If it makes you feel better, we can try to be a little nicer, but not enough to be bullied and seen as weak. Sound fair? Percy perked up. I'd like that. I just don't want to be someone my mom would be ashamed of. I don't think I am there yet, but I also don't think I am far off either. I wouldn't know, but I can see your point. We can try, Percy, but no promises. That night after dinner, there was a lot more excitement than usual. At last, it was time for Capture the Flag. Naruto and Percy both were all but trembling with excitement. Both boys were far stronger than the majority of their peers, and this would be a chance to really focus on that. To showcase what they were capable of against people that should be near them in skill and power and experience. Percy especially, as he lacked the chakra that made Naruto so much stronger. When the plates were cleared away, the conch horn sounded and they all stood at our tables. Campers yelled and cheered as Annabeth and two of her siblings ran into the pavilion carrying a silk banner. It was about 10 feet long, glistening gray, with a painting of a barn owl above an olive tree. From the opposite side of the pavilion, Clarice and her buddies ran in with another banner, of identical size, but gaudy red, painted with a bloody spear and a boar's head. Percy turned to Luke and yelled over the noise, "Those are the flags." "Yeah, Ares and Athena always lead the teams." "Not always," he said, "but often." "So, if another cabin captures one, what do you do? Repaint the flag?" He grinned. "You'll see. First we have to get one." "Whose side are we on?" Naruto asked. "Let me guess, Team Gray." He gave a sly look, as if he knew something they didn't. The scar on his face made him look almost evil in the torchlight. "We've made a temporary alliance with Athena. Tonight, we get the flag from Ares. And you two are going to help." "Something's wrong. He feels like Mizuki did. I didn't listen then, but now I know better. There is something wrong with him." Single quote. The teams were announced. Athena had made an alliance with Apollo and Hermes, the two biggest cabins. Apparently, privileges had been traded: shower times, chore schedules, the best slots for activities in order to win support. Ares had allied themselves with everybody else: Dionysus, Demeter, Aphrodite, and Hephaestus. From what they'd seen, Dionysus's kids were actually good athletes, but there were only 2 of them. Demeter's kids had the edge with nature skills and outdoor stuff, but they weren't very aggressive. Aphrodite's sons and daughters neither boy was too worried about. They mostly sat out every activity and checked their reflections in the lake and did their hair and gossiped. Hephaestus's kids weren't pretty, and there were only 4 of them, but they were big and burly from working in the metal shop all day. They might be a problem. That, of course, left Ares's cabin. A dozen of the biggest, ugliest, meanest kids on Long Island, or anywhere else on the planet. Chiron hammered his hoof on the marble. "Heroes," he announced. "You know the rules. The creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is fair game. All magic items are allowed. The banner must be prominently displayed, and have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed, but may not be bound or gagged. No killing or maiming is allowed. I will serve as referee and battlefield medic. Arm yourselves." He spread his hands, and the tables were suddenly covered with equipment: helmets, bronze swords, spears, oxhide shields coated in metal. Whoa, Percy said, we really get to use these. His tone was just a little cocky, but Naruto let it slide, knowing that he deserved it to some degree. Percy was a rarely gifted warrior, when trained properly. Naruto knew he would be a monster with chakra. Just don't kill anyone, Perk. Naruto chuckled a little. I mean, accidents happen, but try and keep Aries kids alive. Their dad might be pissed if you murder them. Luke looked at them as if they were crazy. You both are delusional if you think you can take the entire cabin yourselves. Well, Naruto might be able to. Anyway, here Chiron thought these would fit. Percy, you'll be on border patrol. Naruto, I assume you want to just use your sword, so I'll leave you be. Oh, by the way, you're on flag guard. Percy's shield was the size of an NBA backboard, with a big caduceus in the middle. It weighed about 1,000,000 pounds. He could have snowboarded on it fine, but he hoped nobody seriously expected him to run fast. My helmet, like all the helmets on Athena's side, had a blue horsehair plume on top. Ares and their allies had red plumes. Annabeth yelled, "Blue team, forward." As one, the blue team cheered and shook their swords and followed her down the path to the south woods. The red team yelled taunts at us as they headed off toward the north. Percy and Naruto, with their stronger bodies, easily managed to catch up with Annabeth without tripping over their equipment. Hey. She kept marching. So what's the plan? Percy asked. Got any magic items you can loan me? Her hand drifted toward her pocket, as if she were afraid he'd stolen something. Just watch Clarice's spear, she said. You don't want that thing touching you. Otherwise, don't worry, we'll take the banner from Ares. Has Luke given you your job? Border Patrol, I know what to do. Don't let any reds past me. Naruto taught me all about battle tactics. He used to suck at them, so his godmom made him really study them hard. He's memorized them like crazy, Greek and Japanese ones. Oh, really? Remind me to ask you about those Japanese battle plans. Her eyes twinkled with curiosity that left her kinda beautiful to Naruto's eyes. Leave the rest to me. Athena always has a plan. She pushed ahead, leaving them in the dust. It was a warm, sticky night. The woods were dark, with fireflies popping in and out of view. Annabeth stationed Percy next to a little creek that gurgled over some rocks, then she and the rest of the team scattered into the trees. Naruto was the last to leave, giving Percy a big smile and a hushed finger. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 6 clones appeared and flew around him. Just in case you need help. Thanks Naruto, but I think I got it. And with that, Naruto left the clearing entirely. Standing there alone, with his big blue feathered helmet and his huge shield, Percy felt like an idiot. Still, he had the sword they stole from Chiron, Riptide, which felt perfectly balanced in his hands. He knew how to use it too, so that helped a lot. He was ready for any and all attacks that may come his way. Far away, the conch horn blew. He heard whoops and yells in the woods, the clanking of metal, kids fighting. A blue-plumed ally from Apollo raced past him like a deer, leapt through the creek, and disappeared into enemy territory. Great, he thought, I'll miss all the fun, as usual. Then he heard a sound that sent a chill up his spine, a low canine growl, somewhere close by. He turned towards the sound, falling into a low stance with his own growl, as Naruto had taught him, and the other growl faded away entirely. The other presence faded away, but on some level he felt it near him. He kept his senses open and, naturally, he was able to hear a bombarding company of others coming from across the river. He sensed their presence, like he could with whatever had been stalking him. He wasn't shocked to see 5 idiots from Ares' cabin explode from the brush, with Clarice at their head. Cream the punk, Clarice screamed. Her ugly pig eyes glared through the slits of her helmet. She brandished a 5-foot-long spear, its barbed metal tip flickering with red light. Her siblings had only the standard-issue bronze swords, not that they were that threatening to him. They charged across the stream. He easily managed to sidestep the first kid's swing, but these guys were not as stupid the Minotaur. They surrounded him, and Clarice thrust at him with her spear. His shield deflected the point, but he felt a painful tingling all over his body. His hair stood on end. Damn, it's electric, he thought, growling as his shield arm went numb, and the air burned. Another Ares tool tried to hit Percy with the butt of his blade, but Percy was too used to fighting Naruto and used his sword to knock it to the side before lashing out, kicking the side of his knee then kneeing him in the face all within the span of 2 seconds. Without waiting he ducked underneath Clarice's spear and used the maneuver Luke had taught him to force the spear out of Clarice's hand. He kicked it into the water before rushing forward and headbutting her chin just as she screamed at him. "You stupid maggot ARH. She fell back, stunned as he turned and launched himself at the idiot staring stunned at him. He had them beaten in about a minute while Clarice watched with a dumb look on her face. "I hate people like you, sociopathic bullies that can't help being challenged. Pathetic is what you are." He had no time for sass, he was angry, not amused or in the mood to taunt anyone. He was pissed. He was tired of bullies, tired of people like Nancy and Gabe and Clarice, he was just tired. "And here is your reward." Percy walked into the water, his senses expanding like he had a bag of his mom's double espresso jelly beans. He felt like he and Naruto were right on who his dad was. Reaching down, he picked up the spear Clarice had attacked him with. "Ah," she screamed. "You idiot, you corpse breath worm." There was a pained look in her eyes, a pained look that he relished in. Naruto was right, there was something in beating your abusers. Then he heard yelling, elated screams, and he saw Luke racing toward the boundary line with the red team's banner lifted high. He was flanked by a couple of Hermes guys covering his retreat, and a few Apollos behind them, fighting off the Hephaestus kids. The Ares folks got up, and Clarice muttered a dazed curse. "A trick," she shouted. It was a trick. They staggered after Luke, but it was too late. Everybody converged on the creek as Luke ran across into friendly territory. Their side exploded into cheers. The red banner shimmered and turned to silver. The boar and spear were replaced with a huge caduceus, the symbol of Cabin 11. Everybody on the blue team picked up Luke and started carrying him around on their shoulders. Chiron cantered out from the woods and blew the conch horn. The game was over. They'd won. Percy was about to join the celebration when Annabeth's voice, right next to him in the creek, said, "Not bad, hero." He looked, but she wasn't there. "Where the heck did you learn to fight like that?" she asked. The air shimmered, and she materialized, holding a Yankees baseball cap as if she'd just taken it off her head. He decked her again, knowing what had happened. "You set me up, you put me here because you knew Clarice would come after me, while you sent Luke around the flank. You had it all figured out." Annabeth shrugged, nursing her cheek as she stood. "I guess I deserved that. Anyway, I guess I should have told you. Athena always has a plan. A plan to get me pulverized. I came as fast as I could. I was about to jump in, but," she shrugged. "You didn't need help." Percy was about to retaliate and insult her, or hit her again, when he heard that canine growl again, but much closer than before. A howl ripped through the forest. The campers' cheering died instantly. Chiron shouted something in ancient Greek, which he would realize, only later, that he had understood perfectly. "Stand ready. My bow." Annabeth drew her sword. There on the rocks just above them was a black hound the size of a rhino, with lava-red eyes and fangs like daggers. It was looking straight at Percy. Nobody moved except Annabeth, who yelled, "Percy, run." She tried to step in front of him, but the hound was too fast. It leapt over her, an enormous shadow with teeth only to go flying as an orange blur rammed into it, screaming. Rasengan. The monster went flying away, just as Naruto landed by Percy's feet. Actually 5 other Narutos all appeared at the same time, each having hit the beast with a Rasengan. Across the river, the thing landed, rolling across the dirt before dispersing into shadow. "Immortals," Annabeth said. "That's a hellhound from the fields of punishment. They're not supposed to." "Someone summoned it," Chiron said. "Someone inside the camp." Luke came over, the banner in his hand forgotten, his moment of glory gone. Clarice yelled, "It's all Percy's fault. Percy summoned it." "Be quiet, child," Chiron told her, but before he could say anything else, a Naruto clone had donkey kicked her unconscious. "Or you could do that. Well, talk about you doing that later, Naruto." "Bite me, old man," Naruto said. Some of the campers gasped, but oddly not at Naruto's disrespectful words. Percy felt their shock too, and he looked at his best friend hard. "Naruto, I know who your godmother is." Naruto frowned at him. All of the clones did, but finally one noticed it, and gasped as well. "Where's the boss?" He needs to see this. What do I need to see? That's Naruto, the real Naruto, burst out of the woods and jumped across the woods, landing next to Percy only to gape at the clone. Just before above his own head, a symbol appeared. The same symbol that was over the heads of his clones. It was silver, and had the chariot of the moon flying across the sky with a woman riding in back. An archer's bow clear on her back. It is determined. Everyone kneeled, in shock and amazement. All hail Naruto Uzumaki, godson of Artemis, goddess of the hunt, chastity, the wild, the moon, and maidens. Have you looked at Percy then? Naruto spoke up and they all turned to him, a gasp on their lips once more. Percy looked up and he saw it too. The sign was already fading, but he could still make out the hologram of green light, spinning and gleaming. A three-tipped spear, a trident. Your father, Annabeth murmured. This is really not good. It is determined, Chiron announced. All around me, campers remained kneeling, even the Ares cabin, though they didn't look happy about it. My father? Percy asked, without any real shock. Poseidon, said Chiron. Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail, Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god. The next morning, Chiron moved them each to their cabins. Percy to cabin 3 and Naruto to cabin 8. For Naruto at least it was exciting, he had learned to like his alone time since he had grown up alone. When he entered the new cabin he felt a sense of peace wash over him, something akin to the presence of his godmother he assumed. There was just something epic about the cabin, the knowledge that he alone was allowed in its doors. Of course he would invite Percy, sexist godmother or not, he was his best friend, so he was sure she wouldn't mind too much. Percy wasn't as happy though, since everyone started to teach him like he was diseased, Naruto too to be honest, but he was accustomed to it due to be a Jinchuriki. He guided Percy through it as best he could, reassuring him and spending time with him as best and often as he could. He doubled Percy's training, which really seemed to help, giving him a target for his repressed aggression. In fact, in terms of all classes it was just Percy and Naruto one-on-one, even archery since Percy sucked there. Naruto didn't mind that though. Percy and Luke were the only real challenges he had, so it wasn't a bad thing. Annabeth still taught them Greek in the mornings, but she seemed distracted. Every time Percy said something, she scowled at him, as if he'd just poked her between the eyes. After lessons, she would walk away muttering to herself, "Quest, Poseidon, dirty rotten, got to make a plan." Even Clarice kept her distance, though her venomous looks made it clear she wanted to kill Percy for breaking her magic spear. Naruto enjoyed that part, he really disliked that girl. She was just monstrous. Of course not everything was all wonderful, as that night, Naruto had his first demigod dream. It didn't start out like any of Percy's dreams, the ones he had shared with him. No, this one was in a forest and Naruto was running through it, bow and quiver on his back, the wind whipping coolly against his skin. A full moon bearing down on his soul from above, lifting his every movement. A sense of peace awash through him, a sense of power. All felt right in the world as he chased some prey he couldn't see, but could most definitely sense. The chase went on for what felt like forever, dipping in and around trees, flitting through the moonlight and shadows. An end just didn't seem possible, and then it happened. His prey stopped moving, leaving Naruto to leap into a shaft of moonlight with bow drawn, aiming at his target. Only to freeze when he realized the target was a girl, standing and looking at him with a deep smirk. "I feared you would never catch up to me, my dear Naruto." Godmother. He just knew it was her. It felt like her cabin and the dozens of notes she had left for him over the last year. "What do you want with me?" She moved towards him, the shaft of moonlight following her, giving him a good chance to get a good look at her features. She looked like him, with high cheekbones and spiky hair, only hers was a deep red. She had a single lock of hair that fell longer down her back, tied into a braid. She was dressed like an Anbu member sans mask, only she had a bow and quiver on her back. She looked the definition of fierce. The kind of fierce that even Tsunade would recognize. "My dear boy, how are you? I expect finding out who I was could have been quite debilitating. It was, to be honest. I hid it well, but it's not every day you find out your godmother is a goddess known for the abuse of men." She cringed, but oddly didn't look angry. Just hurt. "You're not denying it?" "No, and if it wasn't for your father and mother I doubt I would have cared enough to stop. I loved them, both of them Naruto. More than I ought to have, I was in love with them both. Deeply and without fail, but my oath meant too much to me to break, so I offered to take care of their child like my own instead of acting on my romantic love. To be true, I should have never allowed my heart to bind to them, but it was too late. They swooped in and stole my heart. It was their love and the respect I gained for them, your father included, that made me realize my treatment of men was abusive, not liberating. I swore then, to be a better example to my huntresses, your sisters in all but blood, though many of them were not happy to know I adopted a boy. Naruto had a turn, cringing. From what little I know about them I can imagine. I never realized how bad my example was, and to what degree they followed it. I learned a lot of humility around your parents. They were incredible shinobi, strong enough to rival me when they fought together. But who were they? She smiled and sighed. Your parents were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the fourth Hokage and the previous vessel of the nine-tailed fox before you. The dream shattered under the weight of her proclamation. Naruto sat ramrod straight, sweating and panting, looking at his door, hearing a dull knock. Naruto, Mr. D needs to talk to you. It was Grover's voice and Naruto obeyed, too happy to be away from his bed and the mere notion of sleep. Over Long Island Sound, the sky looked like ink soup coming to a boil. A hazy curtain of rain was coming in their direction. As Naruto got closer to Percy and Grover, he overheard his demigod friend ask Grover if they needed an umbrella. No, he said, it never rains here unless we want it to. Percy just pointed at the storm. What the heck is that, then? He glanced uneasily at the sky. It'll pass around us. Bad weather always does. Naruto sighed. I can feel God power oozing from it, on a massive scale. And he could, like pure static electricity rushing through the air on a scale far greater than what Percy naturally oozed off when he was using his power or was in the water. At the volleyball pit, the kids from Apollo's cabin were playing a morning game against the satyrs. Dionysus's twins were walking around in the strawberry fields, making the plants grow. Everybody was going about their normal boosiness, but they looked tense. They kept their eyes on the storm. Percy, Grover and Naruto walked up to the front porch of the big house. Dionysus sat at the pinnacle table in his tiger-striped Hawaiian shirt with his Diet Coke, just as he had on my first day. Chiron sat across the table in his fake wheelchair. They were playing against invisible opponents, two sets of cards hovering in the air. Well, Mr. D said without looking up. Our little celebrities. Come closer, Mr. D said. And don't expect me to kowtow to you, mortals, just because old Barnacle Beard is your father and my dear sister is your godmother. A net of lightning flashed across the clouds. Thunder shook the windows of the house. Blah, 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 Dionysus said. Chiron feigned interest in his pinnacle cards. Grover cowered by the railing, his hooves clopping back and forth. If I had my way, Dionysus said, I would cause your molecules to erupt in flames. We'd sweep up the ashes and be done with a lot of trouble. But Chiron seems to feel this would be against my mission at this cursed camp, to keep you little brats safe from harm. Spontaneous combustion is a form of harm, Mr. D, Chiron put in. I dare you to try. Naruto growled out, glaring hatefully at the ignorant god before him. I felt my godmom's powers last night, and she is a league stronger than you. She would crush you like the worm you are. His dad would do worse. There was a moment of silence, where Dionysus glared at him with hateful purple fire in his eyes. Radiating power, wrathfully inflicting horrible visions of death and destruction and madness onto Naruto's mortal mind, only to get a loud laugh from the boy, disarming the stunned god. I went toe-to-toe with Orochimaru, a far scarier entity than you could ever manage to be. Don't try me. Dionysus relented, with a long sigh, shutting off whatever the hell he was attempting to do to scare Naruto. Damn brat, fine, there's one more option, but it's deadly foolishness. Dionysus rose, and the invisible player's cards dropped to the table. I'm off to Olympus for the emergency meeting. If you're here when I get back, either of you, I will turn you into an Atlantic bottleneck. Dionysus picked up a playing card, twisted it, and it became a plastic rectangle. A credit card. No. A security pass. He snapped his fingers. The air seemed to fold and bend around him. He became a hologram, then a wind, then he was gone, leaving only the smell of fresh pressed grapes lingering behind. Chiron actually gaped at him. "You fought scarier than a god of madness." "Yes, not well, but I did it. Even now, with my new powers whatever they are and the new skills I have trained in, I would be no match for Orochimaru. I have no doubts he could kill a lesser god. He's scary." Sighing with a strained grin, Chiron patted the seats next to him. "Please, sit, all of you." And so they all did. Chiron laid his cards on the table, a winning hand he hadn't gotten to use. "Tell me, Percy," he said. "What did you make of the Hellhound?" "It scared me," he said. "But not as much as it could have. I am well trained and am growing in strength. I am not saying that I am invincible, but I am not helpless either. You'll meet worse, Percy. Far worse, before you're done. You both will, Naruto and Percy." "Done? With what?" "Your quest, of course. Will you accept it?" "What quest? You haven't told us anything, Chiron." Naruto frowned at the man before him, a touch annoyed with him. Chiron grimaced. "Well, that's the hard part, the details." Thunder rumbled across the valley. The storm clouds had now reached the edge of the beach. Naruto shuddered. Waves of divine power crashed onto his skin on a scale that far superseded even his godmother's presence. "Poseidon and Zeus," Percy said. "They're fighting over something valuable, something that was stolen, aren't they?" Chiron and Grover exchanged looks. Chiron sat forward in his wheelchair. "How did you know that?" "The weather since Christmas has been weird, like the sea and the sky are fighting. Then I talked to Annabeth, and she'd overheard something about a theft. And I've also been having these dreams." "I knew it," Grover said. "Hush, Satyr," Chiron ordered. "But it is his quest." Grover's eyes were bright with excitement. "It must be. Only the Oracle can determine." Chiron stroked his bristly beard. "Nevertheless, Percy, you are correct. Your father and Zeus are having their worst quarrel in centuries. They are fighting over something valuable that was stolen. To be precise, a lightning bolt." Naruto's stomach exploded. "The Master Bolt, the thing lightning bolts are made after. The thing that Zeus used to defeat his father, that Master Bolt." The centaur nodded grimly. "Yes, that Master Bolt. A weapon of such awesome power it can level cities, destroy titans and gods, a weapon unlike anything else. It was stolen." "By who?" "By whom?" Chiron corrected. "Once a teacher, always a teacher." "By you, Percy, I mean." At least Chiron held up a hand. "That's what Zeus thinks." During the winter solstice, at the last council of the gods, Zeus and Poseidon had an argument. The usual nonsense. "Mother Rhea always liked you best, air disasters are more spectacular than sea disasters, etc." Afterward, Zeus realized his master bolt was missing, taken from the throne room under his very nose. He immediately blamed Poseidon. Now, a god cannot usurp another god's symbol of power directly. That is forbidden by the most ancient of divine laws. "But Zeus believes your father convinced a human hero to take it." "But I didn't." "Patience and listen, child," Chiron said. "Zeus has good reason to be suspicious. The forges of the Cyclops are under the ocean, which gives Poseidon some influence over the makers of his brother's lightning. Zeus believes Poseidon has taken the Master Bolt, and is now secretly having the Cyclops build an arsenal of illegal copies, which might be used to topple Zeus from his throne. The only thing Zeus wasn't sure about was which hero Poseidon used to steal the bolt. Now Poseidon has openly claimed you as his son. You were in New York over the winter holidays. You could easily have snuck into Olympus. Zeus believes he has found his thief. But I've never even been to Olympus. Zeus is crazy." Chiron and Grover glanced nervously at the sky. The clouds didn't seem to be parting around us, as Grover had promised. They were rolling straight over our valley, sealing us in like a coffin lid. Naruto actually growled, his killer intent and chakra flaring with such force the deck they were on cracked with the force. Chiron's chair actually recoiled, wheeling the man back. Everyone shuddered in terror as Kyuubi's chakra came next, turning Naruto's body into what looked like a demon. "You're telling me the god of the everything is blaming a child who literally just found out he was a demigod, for something he had absolutely no means to accomplish? Even I, with all my training, couldn't have broken into somewhere I have no idea exists." He's not crazy, he's a damn fool. Lighting exploded, slamming next to them, dirt and grass flying everywhere. Chiron made neighing sound, Percy squeezed, Grover passed and Annabeth tumbled to the ground as her hat was blasted off of her head. Naruto just turned skyward and growled louder. Try me grandpa, I'll unleash Kyuubi just to be a dick. You don't have chakra, you can't seal him away. He'll reform in a few years and be stronger and more pure. He will fuck you up and all you hold dear. Threaten us again, I dare you. Thunder rippled through the sky, deafening them all but Naruto just endured it. Then it faded, leaving Naruto with a smug smirk. I thought so. Chiron shivered. I beg of you, do not do that again. You may be safe from his wrath but we aren't. Fine, but he is a dick. Annabeth, take my seat, I'm too wired to sit. Cool hat by the way, I want one. The girl obeyed, shaking with wide eyes. Chiron sighed, trying to recover from the terror. Long story short, Zeus has demanded that Poseidon return the bolt by them summer solstice. That's June 21st, 10 days from now. Poseidon wants an apology for being called a thief by the same date. I hope that diplomacy might prevail, that Hera or Demeter or Hestia would make the two brothers see sense. But your arrival has inflamed Zeus's temper. Now neither god will back down. Unless someone intervenes, unless the master bolt is found and returned to Zeus before the solstice, there will be war. And do you know what a full-fledged war would look like, Percy? Percy shuddered. I know what cage-level ninja can do from Naruto's stories. If the gods are anywhere near as powerful or even stronger, then I am terrified at the mere notion. And you, Percy Jackson, would be the first to feel Zeus's wrath. It started to rain. Volleyball players stopped their game and stared in stunned silence at the sky. So I have to find the stupid bolt, Percy said, and return it to Zeus. What better peace offering, Chiron said, than to have the son of Poseidon return Zeus's property? If Poseidon doesn't have it, where is the thing? I believe I know. Chiron's expression was grim. Part of a prophecy I had years ago. Well, some of the lines make sense to me, now. But before I can say more, you must officially take up the quest. You must seek the counsel of the oracle. Why can't you tell me where the bolt is beforehand? Because if I did, you would be too afraid to accept the challenge. Naruto chuckled, unable to help himself. Good reason then, I'm going with him. I am stronger than anyone in this camp by a huge margin. I will protect Percy and we'll get this shit done. You agree then? All right, Percy said. It's better than being turned into a dolphin. Then it's time you consulted the oracle, Chiron said. Go upstairs, Percy Jackson, to the attic. When you come back down, assuming you're still sane, we will talk more. Wait, sane? Naruto turned to his friend, who already made his way into the building. If he's anything less than his normal sweet self, I will kill the oracle. Destroy it beyond recognition. I know you would, you're a good friend, if not a touch aggressive in your approach. I believe you get some of that from your godmother's influence. Chiron smirked a little. She can be quite aggressive when wronged and she has a strong sense of justice. I always have been like that, aggressive and into justice. I mean, it just got magnified when I came here. Intolerance for stupidity, quicker temper than I would like, but I am also smarter and more focused. I like this version of me. I can stand up for myself in a way that matters. Trust me, I was useless before. It's why I am trying to change Percy. He needs the confidence and care, something denied to him by damn near everyone else. Well, Chiron asked Percy as he finally returned. Percy slumped into a chair at the pinnacle table. She said I would retrieve what was stolen. Grover, finally awake from passing out, sat forward, chewing excitedly on the remains of a Diet Coke can. That's great. He cringed when Naruto glared at him. Or not. He might die, Grover. Not great at all. Some friend you turned out to be. What did the oracle say exactly? Chiron pressed. This is important. She said I would go west and face a god who had turned. I would retrieve what was stolen and see it safely returned. I knew it, Grover said. Chiron didn't look satisfied. Anything else? I didn't want to tell him. No, I said. That's about it. It was pretty obvious Percy was lying. Naruto could read that clearly on his best friend's face. Chiron seemed able to as well. Very well, Percy. But know this. The oracle's words often have double meanings. Don't dwell on them too much. The truth is not always clear until events come to pass. Okay, Percy said, so where do I go? Who's this god in the west? Ah, think, Percy, Chiron said. If Zeus and Poseidon weaken each other in a war, who stands to gain? Somebody else who wants to take over. Percy guessed. Yes, quite. Someone who harbors a grudge, who has been unhappy with his lot since the world was divided eons ago, whose kingdom would grow powerful with the deaths of millions. Someone who hates his brothers for forcing him into an oath to have no more children, an oath that both of them have now broken. Hades. Chiron nodded. The Lord of the Dead is the only possibility. Wait. They all turned to Naruto, who was frowning. New to this world and all, but as far as I remember, he was the only decent god in the entire pantheon who didn't mess anyone up like, ever. Why are we hating on him? A fury came after Percy, Chiron reminded him. She watched the young man until she was sure of his identity, then tried to kill him. Furies obey only one lord, Hades. Yes, but that still doesn't prove he is the attacker. Why would he hold a grudge against Percy personally? Chiron's eyes widened. I forgot to tell you both, but after WW to the gods, the big three Zeus, Poseidon and Hades swore to never have another child. They swore on the river Styx. Their children too powerful, changing human history too much. The war was basically Hades' children versus Zeus and Poseidon's. Zeus broke the oath first, having a child named Talia in the 80s. She was killed at the hill, her spirit preserved in the tree you see there. She was killed by hellhounds, courtesy of Hades. Naruto sighed. I hate to say this, awful as that is, I get it. I mean they swore an oath and their kids are too dangerous. It's like being a Jinchuriki or sealing away the Kyuubi in the first place. I hate the idea, it's slavery, but there is a method to their madness I can kind of see even if I don't agree with it. Just suspecting Percy was a child of Poseidon would be enough reason to kill him. It still feels like you are reaching here. Naruto hated bias, and this reeked of just that. A hellhound got into the forest, Chiron continued. Those can only be summoned from the fields of punishment, and it had to be summoned by someone within the camp. Hades must have a spy here. He must suspect Poseidon will try to use Percy to clear his name. Hades would very much like to kill this young half-blood before he can take on the quest. Great, Percy muttered, rage and fear awash in his voice. That's two major gods who want to kill me. Hades sent a minion to steal the Master Bolt, Chiron insisted. He hid it in the underworld, knowing full well that Zeus would blame Poseidon. I don't pretend to understand the Lord of the Dead's motives perfectly, or why he chose this time to start a war, but one thing is certain. Percy must go to the underworld, find the Master Bolt, and reveal the truth. Look, if we know it's Hades, Percy told Chiron, why can't we just tell the other gods? Zeus or Poseidon could go down to the underworld and bust some heads. Suspecting and knowing are not the same, Chiron said. Besides, even if the other gods suspect Hades and I imagine Poseidon does, they couldn't retrieve the bolt themselves. Gods cannot cross each other's territories except by invitation. That is another ancient rule. Heroes, on the other hand, have certain privileges. They can go anywhere, challenge anyone, as long as they're bold enough and strong enough to do it. No god can be held responsible for a hero's actions. Why do you think the gods always operate through humans? You're saying I'm being used. I'm saying it's no accident Poseidon has claimed you now. It's a very risky gamble, but he's in a desperate situation. He needs you. Yes, you're being used, think of it like a mission, Perk. I got your back. Besides, your dad isn't your family. He hasn't been there. We are family, we got this. Percy shot him a warm smile. So let me get this straight, Percy said. I'm supposed to go to the underworld and confront the Lord of the Dead. Check, Chiron said. Find the most powerful weapon in the universe. Check, and get it back to Olympus before the summer solstice, in 10 days. That's about right. So where do we go? The oracle just said to go west. The entrance to the underworld is always in the west. It moves from age to age, just like now, of course, it's in America. Where? Chiron looked surprised. I thought that would be obvious enough. The entrance to the underworld is in Los Angeles. Oh, Percy said, naturally. So we just get on a plane. No, Grover shrieked. Percy, what are you thinking? Have you ever been on a plane in your life? Percy, think, Chiron said. You are the son of the sea god. Your father's bitterest rival is Zeus, lord of the sky. Your mother knew better than to trust you in an airplane. You would be in Zeus's domain. You would never come down again alive. Overhead, lightning crackled, thunder boomed. Okay, Percy said, determined not to look at the storm. So, I'll travel overland. That's right, Chiron said. 2 companions may accompany you. Naruto is one. Annabeth here has also agreed to join you. I've been waiting a long time for a quest, Seaweed Brain, she said. Athena is no fan of Poseidon, but if you're going to save the world, I'm the best person to keep you from messing up. If you do say so yourself, Percy said. I suppose you have a plan, wise girl. Her cheeks colored. Do you want my help or not? A trio, Percy said. That'll work. Brains and Sirius Bronze with Naruto, this is good. Excellent, Chiron said. This afternoon, we can take you as far as the bus terminal in Manhattan. After that, you are on your own. Lightning flashed. Rain poured down on the meadows that were never supposed to have violent weather. No time to waste, Chiron said. I think you should all get packing. Naruto cackled a little. About time for a mission, I missed this. I was getting bored. Naruto didn't need much time to pack. He was used to missions and knew what to bring, unlike Annabeth, who brought a book in case she was bored. The audacity was a lot, even for Naruto. Even his old self hadn't been the arrogant, or so he thought. He had some trouble remembering just how bad he used to be. It seemed like another lifetime ago. The boy he was had changed and a new person existed in his place. A person he liked, respected and was proud of, unlike before. To his excitement, Annabeth was bringing her magic Yankees cap, which explained had been a 12th birthday present from her mom. To his annoyance, her only weapon was a single dagger, something he would bring up to her later. He was wondering how someone so powerless was so utterly arrogant, even by the standards of his old self. As far as he knew, she had no exceptional powers or skills outside of basic combat. It made him wonder if the monsters were really that weak or if she was just a fool. He had a feeling it was the second one. They waved goodbye to the other campers, took one last look at the strawberry fields, the ocean, and the big house, then hiked up Half-Blood Hill to the tall pine tree that used to be Talia, daughter of Zeus. Chiron was waiting for them in his wheelchair. Next to him stood a massive man with dozens of eyes all over his body, marking him to be Argus from the myths. According to Grover, the guy was the camp's head of security. He supposedly had eyes all over his body, so he could never be surprised. Today, though, he was wearing a chauffeur's uniform, so Naruto could only see extra peepers on his hands, face and neck. He radiated power stronger than most demigods. This is Argus, Chiron told them. He will drive you into the city, and, well, keep an eye on things. Naruto heard footsteps behind them, turning in time to see Luke running up the hill, carrying a pair of basketball shoes. Hey, he panted. Glad I caught you. Annabeth blushed, the way she always did when Luke was around. Just wanted to say good luck, Luke told me. And I thought, maybe you could use these. He handed Percy the sneakers, which looked pretty normal but radiated a similar energy to the power he felt in Annabeth's hat. Luke said, Maya. White bird's wings sprouted out of the heels, startling Percy so much, he dropped them. The shoes flapped around on the ground until the wings folded up and disappeared. Wow, like your father's. Naruto saw Luke flinch at the mention before a smile returned to face. It seemed fake though, and made him worry. What is wrong with the shoes? What did he do to them? I don't trust him, he seems so fake. Single quote. Luke smiled. Those served me well when I was on my quest. Gift from Dad. Of course, I don't use them much these days. His expression turned sad. Percy blushed as much as Annabeth had, giving Naruto so much blackmail material. Hey, man, Percy said. Thanks. Listen, Percy, Luke looked uncomfortable. A lot of hopes are riding on you. So just kill some monsters for me, okay? They shook hands. He gave a goodbye hug to Annabeth, who looked like she might pass out. Then he shook Naruto's hands. Keep them safe, would you? Naturally. After Luke was gone, Percy leaned over to Annabeth and told her, You're hyperventilating. Am not. You let him capture the flag instead of you, didn't you? Oh, why do I want to go anywhere with you, Percy? She stomped down the other side of the hill, where a white SUV waited on the shoulder of the road. Argus full load, jingling his car keys. Naruto just laughed at her, knowing his brother in arms was right. Percy picked up the flying shoes. I won't be able to use these, will I? He shook his head. Luke meant well, Percy. But taking to the air, that would not be wise for you. Hey, Naruto, you want a magic item? Naruto nodded, unable to hide his excitement or fear. He didn't trust Luke, he just felt off, like Kabuto or Mizuki. Still he was happy to get the shoes away from Percy and so laced them up. Maya, he shouted. He got off the ground and with some struggle wobbled comfortably in the air. This is cool, I like it. Catch up, Percy. And with a push, he shot off towards the van. Single quote. Percy went to follow his friend when Chiron caught his arm. I should have trained you better, Percy, he said. If only I had more time. Hercules, Jason, they all got more training. Scoffing a little, Percy pulled out his blade. Naruto trained me well, trust me, I am good. I mean, you could always use more training, but I am a far cry from helpless. I know that. Sigh, Percy, that blade you stole from me, Riptide, it was meant for you. Your father gave it to me many years ago, I never knew who it was for until I met you. Thank you, and I'm sorry. I know I have been harsh, but seriously you need to stop hiding things from me. Seriously, I can handle it, I have no choice most of the time anyway. Percy looked up to the man, seeing the weight of ages on his face. You're a good man, Centaur, but your hiding things makes you hard to trust and harder to rely on. I am not Naruto, I don't hate you or want to hurt you, but I can't give myself entirely to someone who lies to me. The old man sighed. You are right, I will try to accommodate you in that regard, but you must understand, there are things I am literally forbidden to tell you. By the gods themselves. That I get, but the rest, just, open up. It makes you easier to trust, now I got to get going. Thank you again, Chiron. Happy with himself and proud of what he had just done, Percy made his way to the van. Single quote. Argus drove them out of the countryside and into western Long Island. It felt weird to be on a highway again, Annabeth and Naruto sitting next to Percy as if we were normal carpoolers. After 2 weeks at Half-Blood Hill, the real world seemed like a fantasy. Percy found myself staring at every McDonald's, every kid in the back of his parents' car, every billboard and shopping mall. So far so good, he told Annabeth. 10 miles and not a single monster. She gave him an irritated look. It's bad luck to talk that way, seaweed brain. Remind me again, why do you hate me so much? I don't hate you. Could have fooled me. She folded her cap of invisibility. Look, we're just not supposed to get along, okay? Our parents are rivals. Why? She sighed. How many reasons do you want? One time my mom caught Poseidon with his girlfriend in Athena's temple, which is hugely disrespectful. Another time, Athena and Poseidon competed to be the patron god for the city of Athens. Your dad created some stupid saltwater spring for his gift. My mom created the olive tree. The people saw that her gift was better, so they named the city after her. Percy considered her words. For the oil right, I think I remember Naruto and I studying that, but I have to ask, did I do that? She frowned. What do you mean? Did I do anything? Did I defile that temple or get into a fight with your mom over a city? Well, no. Then you have no reason to hate me, at all actually. He felt proud of himself, for standing up against the girl and finally silencing her. He saw Naruto smirking deeply, and knew he had impressed his friend. Eventually traffic slowed us down in Queens. By the time they got into Manhattan it was sunset and starting to rain. Argus dropped them at the Greyhound station on the Upper East Side, not far from his mom and Gabe's apartment. Taped to a mailbox was a soggy flyer with Percy's picture on it. Have you seen this boy? He tried to rip it down before Annabeth could notice, but Naruto saw it first. Good thing Gabe's dead then, imagine how bad it would be if he was alive. To his own disgust, Percy laughed at that. Argus unloaded their bags, made sure they got their bus tickets, then drove away, the eye on the back of his hand opening to watch them as he pulled out of the parking lot. He thought about how close I was to my old apartment. On a normal day, my mom would be home from the candy store by now. Smelly Gabe would be playing poker and being generally obnoxious, but now he was gone, and Mom was in the underworld. Life wasn't fair. The truth was, he didn't care about retrieving Zeus's lightning bolt, or saving the world, or even helping his father out of trouble. The more he thought about it, he resented Poseidon for never visiting him, never helping his mom, never even sending a lousy child support check. He'd only claimed Percy because he needed a job done. All he cared about was his mom. Hades had taken her unfairly, and Hades was going to give her back. You will be betrayed by one who calls you a friend, the oracle whispered in his mind. You will fail to save what matters most in the end. Shut up, he told it. The rain kept coming down. They got restless waiting for the bus, Naruto more than the rest of them. All right, control the rain, Percy. What? The rain? Even just a drop. I want to see what you can do, if you can mimic any of my jutsu with your powers. I was helpless on my first mission with my crappy teacher, I won't let you be the same. I want to train you to become amazing with your powers. He recognized Naruto's commanding teacher voice, sensei voice. It bordered no denial or disrespect. Percy frowned but focused on the weird feelings he had felt before. That tug in his stomach, and slowly he watched and focused on the rain. To his amazement and exhaustion, a series of droplets stopped in place, floating before him for a moment before he could focus no more. It was then that the bus came. Good job, Percy. Seriously, you're going to be a juggernaut, I can tell. Percy did not hide his blush as they boarded the bus and found seats together in the back of the bus. Keep your stuff with you, Naruto said, his voice sharp when Annabeth started to store her stuff. The wisdom was evident to her clearly, and she put her stuff on her lap. As the last passengers got on, Annabeth suddenly clamped her hands on Percy's knee. Percy. An old lady had just boarded the bus. She wore a crumpled velvet dress, lace gloves, and a shapeless orange knit hat that shadowed her face, and she carried a big paisley purse. When she tilted her head up, her black eyes glittered, and my heart skipped a beat. It was Mrs. Dodds, older, more withered, but definitely the same evil face. Percy didn't bother to hide his words, influenced by Naruto's dirty mouth. Shit. Naruto gathered his strength, feeling chakra overfill his muscles, leaving them loose and strong. Behind Mrs. Dodds came two more old ladies, one in a green hat, one in a purple hat. Otherwise they looked exactly like Mrs. Dodds, same gnarled hands, paisley handbags, wrinkled velvet dresses. Triplet demon grandmothers. They sat in the front row, right behind the driver. The two on the aisle crossed their legs over the walkway, making an X. It was casual enough, but it sent a clear message: nobody leaves. The bus pulled out of the station, and they headed through the slick streets of Manhattan. She didn't stay dead long, Percy said, his voice cold and ready. I thought you said they could be dispelled for a lifetime. I said if you're lucky, Annabeth said. You're obviously not. She wasn't hard to kill, we are better trained and prepared. I'm not worried, Naruto said, excitement and bloodlust oozing from every pore and word. Or, we could slip out of the window, Annabeth said, her tone weak and a little afraid. Naruto frowned. I don't think they open, I can't hear any air coming through their cracks. A back exit, she suggested. There wasn't one. Even if there had been, it wouldn't have helped. By that time, they were on 9th Avenue, heading for the Lincoln Tunnel. Doesn't matter. Naruto and I will kill them. Stay down, Annabeth. Percy stood, as did Naruto. No, I got it, Percy. Stay down and don't move. Give me your sword. Percy obeyed, knowing from Naruto's tone he had no choice. It was then that they hit the Lincoln Tunnel, and the bus went dark except for the running lights down the aisle. It was eerily quiet without the sound of the rain. Naruto used to dark to his advantage, moving at blinding speeds to appear near the demon ladies, using Percy's blade to carve the old ladies into dust and return to his seat, all before they left the tunnel. When they left the tunnel, allowing light to return, Annabeth gaped at where the old ladies had been before turning to Naruto, who smirked at her. Ninja are pretty fast, even the slow ones. If you think that is fast, you should see what happens when I use Kyuubi's chakra. Wow, no wonder you're so cocky. Annabeth said. You killed all 3 kindly ones in seconds. Remind me never to anger you, okay? I value my life too much. Percy laughed a little. That is what I like to call lesson 1. Trust me, it gets better. A howl shook the world suddenly. Thunder followed seconds later and the bus stopped so hard it almost knocked even Naruto over. The overwhelming feeling of god magic filled the air all of a sudden, just as it had when the Minotaur had chased them. Shit, Naruto screamed. It's lightning, we need to get out. Thunder shook the bus once more. The hair rose on the back of Naruto's neck. They rushed outside and found the other passengers wandering around in a daze, arguing with the driver, or running around in circles yelling, "We're going to die." Naruto spiked his chakra, and to his credit everyone not part god collapsed in shock and fear. Even the guy with the camera he saw ready to snap a picture, allowing them a chance at freedom. Boom! The windows of the bus exploded as the passengers ran for cover. Lightning shredded a huge crater in the roof, dispersing the presence of godly magic. "We need to get cover, to the woods," Naruto said, his tone brokering no argument. They plunged into the woods as the rain poured down, the bus in flames behind them, and nothing but darkness ahead. So there we were, Annabeth, Percy and Naruto, walking through the woods along the New Jersey riverbank, the glow of New York City making the night sky yellow behind us, and the smell of the Hudson reeking in their noses, and yet despite that Naruto was all but glowing. Literally, he felt himself and his chakra expanding, his inner divine blood shivered and quivered under the magic of the world around him. At first he was confused, then it hit him. The woods, they must be powering me, she is the goddess of the wilderness. Like how Percy is stronger in water, I must get a boost in the forest. Clearly not as much as he does in the water but still, it is like I am tapping into a tiny fraction of Kyuubi's power. Why did I not notice this in the woods? Maybe Artemis is in control of how my demigod powers progress, or maybe it just happens through chance. I'll ask Chiron later. Single quote. You haven't left Camp Half-Blood since you were 7. Naruto almost jumped as this was said from Percy. He realized he had missed part of the conversation in his distraction clearly as Annabeth picked up immediately. No, only short field trips. My dad, the history professor. Yeah, it didn't work out for me living at home. I mean, Camp Half-Blood is my home. She was rushing her words out now, as if she were afraid somebody might try to stop her. At camp you train and train. And that's all cool and everything, but the real world is where the monsters are. That's where you learn whether you're any good or not. Naruto frowned and turned to her. Not being rude, but that is so arrogant. Like even for me, and I ooze arrogance. It is my worst trait. You train to survive, not to find out if you're good. That's it. She frowned and turned away. Logically I know you're right, but if I am being honest, pride is my fatal flaw and well. It gets you, I get that. Trust me, I have my own fatal flaws, several of them in fact. I am arrogant, impatient, wrathful and kind of impulsive. I have worked on it through therapy, you might want to try it. Anyway, I can feel something close, my sense of direction seems to have improved in these woods. Naruto then led them away towards where he felt something that felt cold and lifeless as opposed to the almost breathe-like warmth of the world around him. After a while they started to see light up ahead, the colors of a neon sign. Naruto could smell food, fried, greasy, excellent food that he had come to adore in this world. He then realized he hadn't eaten anything unhealthy since he'd arrived at Half-Blood Hill, where we lived on grapes, bread, cheese, and extra lean-cut nymph-prepared barbecue. This boy needed a double cheeseburger. They kept walking until they came across a deserted 2-lane road through the trees. On the other side was a closed-down gas station, a tattered billboard for a 1990s movie, and one open business, which was the source of the neon light and the good smell. It wasn't a fast food restaurant like Naruto had hoped. It was one of those weird roadside curio shops that sell lawn flamingos and wooden Indians and cement grizzly bears and stuff like that. The main building was a long, low warehouse, surrounded by acres of statuary. What the heck does that say? Percy asked. I don't know, Annabeth said. Naruto, having mastered his dyslexia, answered. Auntie M's Garden Gnome Emporium. Flanking the entrance, as advertised, were 2 cement garden gnomes, ugly bearded little runts, smiling and waving, as if they were about to get their picture taken. They crossed the street, following the smell of the hamburgers. The lights are on inside, Annabeth said. Maybe it's open. Snack bar, Percy said wistfully. Snack bar, she agreed. Naruto stumbled, feeling tired as he left the forest and touched the road. His sense of direction dulled, the coldness of the man-made structure removed him from the zen of the forest's magic. The front lot was a forest of statues. Cement animals, cement children, even a cement satyr playing the pipes, which gave Grover the creeps. They stopped at the warehouse door. Then the door creaked open, and standing in front of us was a tall Middle Eastern woman. At least Naruto assumed she was Middle Eastern, because she wore a long black gown that covered everything but her hands, and her head was completely veiled. Her eyes glinted behind a curtain of black gauze. Her coffee-colored hands looked old, but well manicured and elegant. Her accent sounded vaguely Middle Eastern, too. She said, "Children, it is too late to be out all alone. Where are your parents?" Annabeth started to say. "We were in that bus crash just a few hours ago, lightning struck it." Naruto smoothly said, whimpering. He was used to acting, this was easy. "My poor dears, are you all right?" the woman said, holding her hand over her heart. "We were disoriented from the blast, the sound hurt our ears and heads, we stumbled away and ended up here, anyway, we're lost. Is that food I smell?" Naruto kept his tone soft, desperate and kind, and it seemed to affect the woman. "Oh, my dears," the woman said. "You must come in, poor children. I am Auntie M. Go straight through to the back of the warehouse, please. There is a dining area." They thanked her and went inside. Naruto froze immediately as all of his battle instincts kicked in and he heard a faint hissing. Something was wrong and he could not tell what. The feeling was stronger than normal though, almost as if his blessing from Artemis was telling him something. He just wasn't sure what. He would have to keep his guard up, and hope for the best. "Please tell me that chakra makes him immune to Medusa's curse." Artemis shivered, hating the laws that prevented direct interference. She wanted nothing but to save her godson, but she could not. Besides, he just easily destroyed the Furies and they were no joke. He should be fine. "Right. Please be safe. I need you to be alive, my beautiful son." She stretched her senses out more, allowing the full image of Medusa's lair to be visible. "I wonder what he will do. Will he just kill her, or will he help her as she too was a victim of another person, ostracized like he was?" Artemis knew it was not godly of her, but she had changed through Naruto, becoming more human as she saw his suffering in isolation. It made her realize her own flaws and so she strived to overcome them. She wanted to help those that gods harmed, and so she decided that when this quest was done that she would send Naruto out to do just that. She just needed him to survive this quest and prove himself worthy to Zeus. Just survive this quest and he could go on countless missions that served the world and gave him experience, preparing him for his own destiny. That was all he needed to do. That was all he needed. "Do you always have a strategy?" Annabeth whispered to Naruto, looking deeply impressed. He was unable to mask his blush. "Before I came to this world, no, not really. It cost me a lot, more than I can say. I learned my lesson the hard way, and through a lot of therapy." Annabeth nodded, looking almost pained and understanding at once. The warehouse was filled with more statues, people in all different poses, wearing all different outfits and with different expressions on their faces. Naruto felt terrified, uncomfortable and tingly all at once. Like being in Zabuza's mist, the eyes of the statues on him made him feel like his skin was being rubbed raw. Every nerve searing with awareness. He hated it and he knew instantly that something was wrong. The strange hissing he heard was only making it that much harder to focus on anything but the wrongness. At the back of the warehouse there was a fast food counter with a grill, a soda fountain, a pretzel heater, and a nacho cheese dispenser. Everything you could want, plus a few steel picnic tables out front. "Please, sit down," Auntie M said. "Awesome," Percy said. Naruto frowned. "We only have so much money, ma'am." A lie. Naruto was decently well provided for from his godmother. He could easily pay for their meal if it came down to that. He just wanted to see what this lady did when presented with no money from them. Would her kindness last? To his lack of shock, all Auntie M said was, "No, no, children. No money. This is a special case, yes. It is my treat, for such nice children." Thank you, ma'am, Annabeth said. Auntie M stiffened, as if Annabeth had done something wrong, but then the old woman relaxed just as quickly, leaving Naruto running through his memories. The way this lady just acted, it was not any different than when he first met someone, just before they realized he was a Jinchuriki. Quite all right, Annabeth, she said. You have such beautiful gray eyes, child. Naruto froze, wondering how the hell she knew Annabeth's name. While he was contemplating this, their hostess disappeared behind the snack counter and started cooking. Before they knew it, she'd brought them plastic trays heaped with double cheeseburgers, vanilla shakes, and XXL servings of French fries. What's that hissing noise? Naruto asked, after they had all eaten some food. It was pretty damn good, very, very filling. Hissing, Auntie M asked. Perhaps you hear the deep fryer oil. You have keen ears, Naruto. Auntie M ate nothing. She hadn't taken off her headdress, even to cook, and now she sat forward and interlaced her fingers and watched them eat. It was a little unsettling, having someone stare at them when they couldn't see her face. So, you sell gnomes, Percy said, trying and failing to sound interested while Naruto racked his brain for the myths of this world. Oh, yes, Auntie M said. And animals. And people. Anything for the garden. Custom orders. Statuary is very popular, you know. A lot of business on this road. Not so much, no. Since the highway was built, most cars, they do not go this way now. I must cherish every customer I get. Ah, Auntie M said sadly. You notice some of my creations do not turn out well. They are marred. They do not sell. The face is the hardest to get right. Always the face. You make these statues yourself? Percy asked. Oh, yes. Once upon a time, I had two sisters to help me in the business, but they have passed on, and Auntie M is alone. I have only my statues. This is why I make them, you see. They are my company. The sadness in her voice sounded so deep and so real that Naruto's heart ached for her. He knew that loneliness. Even if the women had just revealed her true self to him, and apparently to Annabeth, who instantly stopped eating. She sat forward and said, two sisters. It's a terrible story, Auntie M said. Not one for children, really. You see, Annabeth, a bad woman was jealous of me, long ago, when I was young. I had a boyfriend, you know, and this bad woman was determined to break us apart. She caused a terrible accident. My sisters stayed by me. They shared my bad fortune as long as they could, but eventually they passed on. They faded away. I alone have survived, but at a price. Such a price. Percy. Annabeth was shaking Percy to get his attention. Maybe we should go. I mean, our parents have to be waiting for us. She sounded tense, and she turned to Naruto, who nodded. It was clear only Percy was lost, not knowing who they were dealing with. Such beautiful gray eyes, Auntie M told Annabeth again. Yes, it has been a long time since I've seen gray eyes like those. She reached out as if to stroke Annabeth's cheek, but Annabeth stood up abruptly. We really should go. Naruto sighed. Drawing on Kyuubi's chakra, he heard everyone gasp in shock. Blurring with speed, he found himself behind the women, smashing her face into the table. He growled low. Medusa, seriously, I thought you only attacked those that attacked you, like those that Athena sent after you. You lived on an island for eons, alone and away from everyone you might unintentionally turn into a statue. Why lure people in now? She growled and struggled, but Naruto was far too strong. She gave up soon. I am alone, she wailed, her sadness and anger evident in every ounce of her voice. That bitch of a goddess, she cursed me to be alone for all time. No friends, no family, no anything. Even my sisters faded away. I cannot look at anyone, be with anyone. Even my two children are gone, never to see me again. I am alone. Do you know what that is like, a lifetime of misery and isolation? Yes, I do, I swear by Styx. The sky rumbled, and Medusa stopped moving out of shock. Naruto leaned down towards her, all but whispering into her ear. I was turned into a human sacrifice the day I was born, a monster sealed into my soul. People weren't supposed to know, but they found out and hated me for it. I had no friends, no family, nothing. When I did make a friend, or thought I had, he put a hand through my chest. He broke my neck. I know of your loneliness." Naruto started to feel his eyes burning, his memories of pain and loss too strong to mask with arrogance and rudeness. "It was only my curse that allowed me to survive. I wish I could help you with it, that my power could become yours and trump Athena's evil. She had no right to punish you forever for a temporary crime. I am so sorry." Naruto then noticed something odd, something he hadn't before. Silvery energy, the color of moonlight, danced upon his skin mixing with the reddish-orange of Kyuubi's power. Before he could stop it, the energy bled into Medusa and she too seemed to radiate not only chakra but Artemis magic. He gasped as the energy rippled across the room, blasting him and his friends away from the table. He slammed into the statue of a grizzly bear, but quickly managed to stand, only for the world to swirl around him, the very air harder to breathe in. He had never felt so tired, so empty. He felt just wrong. "Ah!" Medusa screamed out, her voice shifting from deep and rough to smooth and rich as her scream progressed. Looking up, Naruto saw the cursed women in a maelstrom of silver and orange power. A dark gray energy like a splinter lay in the bear's center. He watched, with great fascination as the gray splinter was slowly, but surely the gray light was blasted out of the maelstrom and devoured by the Kyuubi's corrosive power. The silvery light of Artemis magic bled into the cursed women and healed her as only Artemis, protector of women, could. The energy faded away within a few minutes, and when it did Medusa stood up. Her veil had burned away, as had most of her clothing, leaving her to turn and reveal a stunningly beautiful woman. She had long dark hair that fell in perfect ringlets around her tanned face. Her eyes were brown, but had a multitude of shades of red within them. Her smile made Naruto blush, her lips a perfect ruby red. She was even more beautiful than Sakura and Tsunade combined. You broke my curse, you sweet, perfect boy." She started to sob, her voice filled with such pain that Naruto could not help but go to her and offer himself in the form of a hug. "Thank you, my sweet, thank you." He nodded into her chest. "No one deserves to be so alone. I wish I knew how I saved you. I have no idea to be honest, but I am glad to help." She pulled away, sniffling. "How can I help you? I will in any way I can. Get us to L.A. or close to it and we'll call it even. I can drive you to the Amtrak station and buy you tickets. Persephone herself bought from me. I can give you the underworld's address." She turned to Annabeth, who looked horrified. "I had wanted to crush your statue, but I am okay now. My mind is still not entirely okay, but I will not harm you, I swear by Styx." The thunder proved her point. "I doubt I will ever like you, but I will not harm you. Whatever happened helped heal some of the damage to my mind, enough to know harming you would be just as evil as your mother's action. Now, eat you fill. I will get you to L.A. Then abandon this shop. I have a whole life to get to." As she set about getting ready, Annabeth ran to him, pale face. "My mom will not take this well. Too bad, what she did was pure evil. There is no other way to describe it. I could heal her, so I did. I do not tolerate evil and neither should you." The girl flinched, making Naruto realize something. "You're afraid of her, your mother, like terrified. She doesn't discriminate who she hurts, we are no exception to her rage." Annabeth whispered, all but shaking. Naruto hugged her close. "I will protect you, I have a beast stronger than she is in my belly. I will unleash it if she harms any of you. Or Medusa, you hear that you gray-eyed bitch, touch my friends and I will shove a Rasengan up your widen ass." The sky rumbled, but nothing else happened. Naruto realized he shouldn't be running his mouth, but he hated injustice even now, and frankly, Athena was a monster in his books. Plain and simple, he would never allow her to harm his friends, if he could help it, or anyone else that didn't deserve it. If he had to fight the goddess to save them all, then hell, that is exactly what he would do. No matter how outmatched he was. It hadn't stopped him before. Zabuza, Haku, Orochimaru, Sasuke, he had fought them all before, and by gods he would do it again. After spending the night at Medusa's place, where they were well fed and had clothes and supplies delivered via Hermes delivery to make sure they were well stocked, the one-time monster honored her word and drove them personally to the Amtrak station and bought them tickets. She kissed Percy, Naruto, and even Annabeth on the cheek, much to the girl's shock. "Please be safe, my darlings. I don't want to hear a word about any of you getting hurt if you can help it." She looked at them with warm, loving eyes so different from the insanity once present. I will be going to Camp Halfblood. I am still immortal and I do believe they could use another soul to help educate you, demigods. I prayed to Artemis, it was her idea actually, and I am actually quite fond of the idea. Naruto beamed a smile at the lovely lady. That would be great, you'd get a massive family and you would never be alone again. That is the goal. I think I will help with modern history, mythology, ancient Greek, and life skills. So many demigods lack any life skills. I think that would be a great way to honor the goddess who helped save me. There was a clear nervousness in her voice, and Naruto realized that in a way she was still cursed. Bound to serve the fickle gods as a servant instead of a reminder of their wrath. You'll do well. They will be so happy to have you. He hugged her, smiling as he pulled away. I'll see you later, Medusa. Her smile was radiant as they entered the train. They would end up spending 3 days on the Amtrak train, heading west through hills, over rivers, past amber waves of grain. To their shock, they weren't attacked once, but none of them relaxed, even Naruto. Despite his power cause well, he likely pissed off Athena, so he was naturally in danger. Naruto and several disguised clones kept track along the entire train, using his strong senses for monsters but came up blank. As a result, he almost missed the centaurs in the fields, and what may have been the Neiman lion frolicking in the grain. So, Annabeth asked Percy after a while, during the end of their first night on the train. Who wants your help? What do you mean? Percy asked. When you were asleep just now, you mumbled, I won't help you. Who were you dreaming about? When Percy told them about his dream, Naruto's mind went into overdrive. The books and scrolls Artemis had forced him to read were kicking in, pages upon pages of knowledge filling his brain. He had doubts it was Hades before, the bias was so clear, but now he was even more certain. Annabeth was quiet for a long time. That doesn't sound like Hades. He always appears on a black throne, and he never laughs. He offered my mother in trade. Who else could do that? I guess, if he meant, help me rise from the underworld. If he wants war with the Olympians. But why ask you to bring him the Master Bolt if he already has it? Percy just shook his head. Percy, you can't barter with Hades. You know that, right? He's deceitful, heartless, and greedy. I don't care if his kindly ones weren't as aggressive this time. Naruto frowned, hiding his thoughts as he listened to her speak. There was a story there, pain like his, that lay dormant but still shaped her. This time, Percy asked, you mean you've run into them before? Her hand crept up to her necklace. She fingered a glazed white bead painted with the image of a pine tree, one of her clay end of summer tokens. Let's just say I've got no love for the Lord of the Dead. You can't be tempted to make a deal for your mom. What would you do if it was your dad? That's easy, she said. I'd leave him to rot. You're not serious. Annabeth's gray eyes fixed on him. She wore the same expression she'd worn in the woods at camp, the moment she drew her sword against the hellhound. My dad's resented me since the day I was born, Percy, she said. He never wanted a baby. When he got me, he asked Athena to take me back and raise me on Olympus because he was too busy with his work. She wasn't happy about that. She told him heroes had to be raised by their mortal parent. I appeared on my father's doorstep, in a golden cradle, carried down from Olympus by Zephyr the west wind. You'd think my dad would remember that as a miracle, right? Like, maybe he'd take some digital photos or something. But he always talked about my arrival as if it were the most inconvenient thing that had ever happened to him. When I was 5 he got married and totally forgot about Athena. He got a regular, mortal wife, and had 2 regular mortal kids, and tried to pretend I didn't exist. Naruto grabbed her hand. I hate to play devil's advocate here, but maybe your mom is to blame a little here. I mean, who guesses that a virgin goddess would be able to have kids? I think it is unfair to just drop a kid off on someone's doorstep with no warning or anything. Seems a little rapey to me, to be honest. Annabeth flinched, but the girl was too logical to not see his point. She sighed. You make a good point. Doesn't explain my stepmom. She treated me like a freak. She wouldn't let me play with her children. My dad went along with her. Whenever something dangerous happened, something with monsters, they would both look at me resentfully, like, how dare you put our family at risk? Finally, I took the hint. I wasn't wanted. I ran away. How old were you? Same age as when I started camp. 7. But, you couldn't have gotten all the way to Half-Blood Hill by yourself. Not alone, no. Athena watched over me, guided me toward help. I made a couple of unexpected friends who took care of me, for a short time, anyway. Naruto sighed. Was she clear-sighted, your stepmom? Annabeth shook her head. Then I can't say I blame her. All she knew was that you made everything dangerous without the means to detect the danger. I guess in a way she was protecting who she could from the person who she saw the problems around. I am not saying forgive and forget, but maybe accept and move on. Trust me, one abused and neglected kid to another, it really helps. Artemis smiled kindly as she watched her beloved godson and his friends. They ended up leaving the train after the 3rd day, comfortable and capable and on their way to Hades' realm. If only they knew that a single act of kindness, saving Medusa, undid many of the dangers they would have faced. She was not as good as Apollo as seeing the future, but all gods could do it. She could clearly see what would have happened had they merely slain the one-time monster. Fighting Echidna to satiate Zeus' hate and rage, being ambushed by Ares for some reason, fighting a trap set by Hephaestus, being trapped for a time in the Lotus Hotel. It would have put them so close to the deadline they were bound to. Even with Naruto's powers, that failure would have near at all times. She had never been more grateful for Naruto's inherent hatred for injustice. It had reshaped his very future. And he had saved someone that Artemis had wanted to save for eons. Medusa had been a maiden, abused by Poseidon and punished for being abused. It was wrong, and as the protectress of women she long since felt like a failure for not saving Medusa. Tapping into Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto's chakra and her own divine power had allowed her to not only undo the curse but restore the woman's immortality born of being the child of 2 gods and blessed her with protection against the gods' collective wrath. So long as she didn't deserve it, of course. The only downside to all of this was explaining it to Athena. She could already hear her bitching. In Naruto's words, this was going to suck, believe it. Sighing, she turned and started towards her sister's temple. At least I get to see how a child of mine would be in terms of power. I never considered that they would be different from my hunters. Naruto getting stronger in the woods, in nature, it may make him a better sage. I can sense he had the potential before my blessing. I wonder how it will affect that. I cannot wait to see. They spent a few days on the Amtrak train, living quite well with Medusa's money paying for everything. They all pretty good until it was time to get off the train. They were in Denver, and it was June 14th. They were a bit stinky but well fed and comfortable. Naruto spent a good while teaching Annabeth shinobi tactics while another clone had Percy waterbending water inside of a water bottle to get used to his powers on a smaller scale. It was a nice bonding experience for them all. Let's try to contact Chiron, Annabeth said as they left the train. I want to see how things are going in camp, especially with how close things are to war, and to figure out where to go from here. We can't use phones, right? Percy asked. I'm not talking about phones. They wandered through downtown for about half an hour, though Naruto wasn't sure what Annabeth was looking for. The air was dry and hot, and Naruto felt tired. The absence of forests was so clear to his spirit, and odd since he had grown up around greenery his whole life. Finally, they found an empty do-it-yourself car wash. They veered toward the stall farthest from the street, keeping their eyes open for patrol cars. Naruto would have just knocked the officers out, but Annabeth insisted that was illegal, so he just pouted for a bit. What exactly are we doing? Naruto asked, as Annabeth took out the spray gun. She fed in the quarters and set the knob to fine mist. I'm a-ing. Instant messaging. Percy asked. Iris messaging, Annabeth corrected. The rainbow goddess Iris carries messages for the gods. If you know how to ask, and she's not too busy, she'll do the same for half-bloods. You summon the goddess with a spray gun. Unless you know an easier way to make a rainbow. Naruto made a clone and it grabbed the nozzle so they could all look in the rainbow that formed. Annabeth raised a drachma over her head. Oh goddess, accept our offering. She threw the drachma into the rainbow. It disappeared in a golden shimmer. Half-Blood Hill, Annabeth requested. For a moment, nothing happened. Then they was looking through the mist at strawberry fields, and the Long Island Sound in the distance. They seemed to be on the porch of the big house. Standing with his back to them at the railing was a sandy-haired guy in shorts and an orange tank top. He was holding a bronze sword and seemed to be staring intently at something down in the meadow. "Luke," Percy called. He turned, eyes wide. "Percy." His scarred face broke into a grin. "Is that Annabeth and Naruto, too? Thank the gods. Are you guys okay?" "We're, fine," Annabeth stammered. She was madly straightening her dirty t-shirt, trying to comb the loose hair out of her face. "We thought Chiron, he's down at the cabins." Luke's smile faded. "We're having some issues with the campers, even with Medusa helping Chiron." "Oh, and how did you save her, Naruto?" "An Olympian cursed her." "Never mind. Listen, is everything cool with you?" "What kind of issues?" Just then a big Lincoln Continental pulled into the car wash with its stereo turned to maximum hip-hop. As the car slid into the next stall, the bass from the subwoofers vibrated so much, it shook the pavement. Chiron had "What's that noise?" Luke yelled. "I'll take care of it." Annabeth yelled back, looking very relieved to have an excuse to get out of sight. "Chiron had to break up a fight," Luke shouted to me over the music. "Things are pretty tense here, Percy. Word leaked out about the Zeus-Poseidon standoff. We're still not sure how, probably the same scumbag who summoned the Hellhound. Now the campers are starting to take sides. It's shaping up like the Trojan War all over again. Aphrodite, Ares, and Apollo are backing Poseidon, more or less. Athena is backing Zeus. Artemis isn't backing anyone. She says the whole mess is pointless." He gave Naruto a pointed look. In the next stall, Naruto heard Annabeth and some guy arguing with each other, then the music's volume decreased drastically. "So what's your status?" Luke asked me. "Chiron will be sorry he missed you." Percy told him pretty much everything, including his dreams. "I wish I could be there," Luke told me. "We can't help much from here, I'm afraid, but listen, it had to be Hades who took the Master Bolt. He was there at Olympus at the winter solstice. I was chaperoning a field trip and we saw him. But Chiron said the gods can't take each other's magic items directly." "That's true," Luke said, looking troubled. "Still, Hades has the Helm of Darkness. How could anybody else sneak into the throne room and steal the Master Bolt? You'd have to be invisible." They were all silent until Luke seemed to realize what he'd said, but it was too late. Naruto knew that Luke had said it intentionally. It was just too perfect, too clear. He was used to stuff like that. It reminded of those bullies that would slip in a name innocuously and shift the blame by accident. "Oh, hey," he protested. "I didn't mean Annabeth. She and I have known each other forever. She would never. She's like a little sister to me." In the stall next to them, the music stopped completely. A man screamed in terror, car doors slammed, and the Lincoln peeled out of the car wash. "You'd better go see what that was," Luke said. "Listen, are you wearing the flying shoes? I'll feel better if I know they've done you some good." "Oh, yeah, they've come in handy." "Really?" He grinned. "They fit and everything. Medusa never said you used them when Naruto saved her." The water shut off. The mist started to evaporate. "Well, take care of yourself out there in Denver," Luke called, his voice getting fainter. Soon the mist was gone, and Luke's image faded to nothing. Annabeth and Grover came in laughing but stopped when she saw Percy and Naruto's face. Annabeth's smile faded. "What happened, Percy? What did Luke say?" Naruto and Percy shared a look. "He blamed you, Annabeth, and your cap for the theft. He just pretended he didn't." And so they told her the story. The girl turned red, then pale as they continued. Even as they entered a booth in a gleaming chrome diner, the girl looked worn and betrayed and very close to tears. Finally, a waitress came over. She raised her eyebrow skeptically. "Well," Percy said, "we, want to order dinner. You kids have money to pay for it." Naruto nodded, pulling out money, but before he could order, a rumble shook the whole building. A motorcycle the size of a baby elephant had pulled up to the curb. All conversation in the diner stopped. The motorcycle's headlight glared red. Its gas tank had flames painted on it, and a shotgun holster riveted to either side, complete with shotguns. The seat was leather, but leather that looked like, well, Caucasian human skin. The guy on the bike would have made pro wrestlers run for mama. He was dressed in a red muscle shirt and black jeans and a black leather duster, with a hunting knife strapped to his thigh. He wore red wraparound shades and Naruto hated him immediately. He reminded him of Kyuubi, all the hate and rage he felt when he was around the fox manifested in one being. As he walked into the diner, a hot, dry wind blew through the place. All the people rose, as if they were hypnotized, but the biker waved his hand dismissively and they all sat down again. Everybody went back to their conversations. The waitress blinked, as if somebody had just pressed the rewind button on her brain. She asked us again, "You kids have money to pay for it?" The biker said, "It's on me." He slid into their booth, which was way too small for him, and crowded Annabeth against the window. He looked up at the waitress, who was gaping at him, and said, "Are you still here?" He pointed at her, and she stiffened. She turned as if she'd been spun around, then marched back toward the kitchen. Naruto shivered, feeling rage and hate boil in his heart, Kyuubi's power close to the surface. He gave Percy a wicked grin. "So you're old Seaweed's kid, huh? What's it to you?" Annabeth's eyes flashed him a warning. "Percy, this is..." The biker raised his hand. "Soke," he said, "I don't mind a little attitude. Long as you remember who's the boss. You know who I am, little cousin." "You're Clarissa's dad," Percy said. "Ares, god of war." Naruto was shaking, barely holding on, focusing on the moon, the forests, the love he had for Artemis as the only person to give a damn about him for purely selfless reasons. It helped but just barely. Only enough to not go nuclear. Ares grinned and took off his shades. Where his eyes should have been, there was only fire, empty sockets glowing with miniature nuclear explosions. "That's right, punk. I heard you broke Clarissa's spear. She was asking for it." "Probably. That's cool. I don't fight my kids' fights, you know. What I'm here for. I heard you were in town. I got a little proposition for you." The waitress came back with heaping trays of food: cheeseburgers, fries, onion rings, and chocolate shakes. Ares handed her a few gold drachmas. She looked nervously at the coins. "But, these aren't." Ares pulled out his huge knife and started cleaning his fingernails. "Problem, sweetheart." The waitress swallowed, then left with the gold. "You can't do that," Percy told Ares. "You can't just threaten people with a knife." Ares laughed. "Are you kidding? I love this country. Best place since Sparta. Don't you carry a weapon, punk? You should. Dangerous world out there. Which brings me to my proposition. I need you to do me a favor." "What favor could I do for a god?" "Something a god doesn't have time to do himself. It's nothing much. I left my shield at an abandoned water park here in town. I was going on a little date with my girlfriend. We were interrupted. I left my shield behind. I want you to fetch it for me. Why don't you go back and get it yourself?" The fire in his eye sockets glowed a little hotter. "Why don't I turn you into a prairie dog and run you over with my Harley?" "Because I don't feel like it. A god is giving you an opportunity to prove yourself, Percy Jackson. Will you prove yourself a coward?" He leaned forward. 236 page. Reaching out, Naruto grabbed Ares' hand with enough force the man cringed. "Tone down the magic. Kyuubi is influenced by rage. Too much and even you won't survive. Hell, your daddy would be dead by an explosion of my power." Ares froze and the aura of rage and hate faded, toning down to a mere spark. "You good, kid." Naruto let out a long sigh, feeling Kyuubi's power temper itself. "Better. Now, we will take your quest only in return for something else." When that item was first stolen, Zeus sent his best out looking for it. Apollo, Athena, Artemis, and me, naturally. If I couldn't sniff out a weapon that powerful, he licked his lips, as if the very thought of the master bolt made him hungry. He turned to Percy. "Well, if I couldn't find it, you got no hope. Nevertheless, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. Your dad and I go way back. After all, I'm the one who told him my suspicions about Old Corpse Breath." "You told him Hades stole the bolt?" Percy asked. "Sure. Framing somebody to start a war. Oldest trick in the book. I recognized it immediately. In a way, you got me to thank for your little quest." "Thanks," Percy grumbled. "Hey, I'm a generous guy. Just do my little job, and I'll help you on your way. I'll arrange a ride west for you and your friends. We're doing fine on our own." The man grinned, a manic evil smile. "Help me out, and maybe I'll tell you something you need to know." Something about your mom. My mom. He grinned. That got your attention. The water park is a mile west on Delancey. You can't miss it. Look for the Tunnel of Love ride. What interrupted your date? Percy asked. Something scare you off? Naruto elbowed his friend. Stop. I made the mistake of mouthing off to too many powerful beings. You don't have my powers to protect you. Knock it off. We accept Ares. Ares bared his teeth, but it was obvious he was nervous. Smart kid, you might want to learn from him, fish boy. After that, the air shifted and Ares was gone. It's probably some kind of trick, Percy said. Forget Ares. Let's just go. We can't, Annabeth said. Look, I hate Ares as much as anybody, but you don't ignore the gods unless you want serious bad fortune. He wasn't kidding about turning you into a rodent. Why does he need us? Maybe it's a problem that requires brains, Annabeth said. Ares has strength. That's all he has. Even strength has to bow to wisdom sometimes. But this water park, he acted almost scared. What would make a war god run away like that? Annabeth said, I'm afraid we'll have to find out. The sun was sinking behind the mountains by the time we found the water park. Judging from the sign, it once had been called Waterland, but now some of the letters were smashed out, so it read Watrad. The main gate was padlocked and topped with barbed wire. Inside, huge dry water slides and tubes and pipes curled everywhere, leading to empty pools. Old tickets and advertisements fluttered around the asphalt. With night coming on, the place looked sad and creepy. If Ares brings his girlfriend here for a date, Percy said, staring up at the barbed wire, I'd hate to see what she looks like. Percy, Annabeth warned, be more respectful. Why? I thought you hated Ares. He's still a god, and his girlfriend is very temperamental. You don't want to insult her looks, Naruto added. She's Aphrodite, and she can pull even your dad around like a puppet. Naruto grabbed his friends by the shoulders and leapt over the fence in one bound with just a little chakra. The shadows grew long as they walked through the park, checking out the attractions. There was Ankle Biter Island, Head Over Wedgie, and Dude, Where's My Swimsuit? No monsters came to get them. Nothing made the slightest a souvenir shop that had been left open. Merchandise still lined the shelves. Snow globes, pencils, postcards, and racks of clothes, Annabeth said. Fresh clothes. Yeah, Percy said, but you can't just watch me. She snatched an entire row of stuff of the racks and disappeared into the changing room. A few minutes later she came out in Waterland flower print shorts, a big red Waterland t-shirt, and commemorative Waterland surf shoes. A Waterland backpack was slung over her shoulder, obviously stuffed with more goodies. Naruto cackled. I knew you had a fun side, Annie. Soon, all three of them were decked out like walking advertisements for the defunct theme park. So Ares and Aphrodite, Percy said. They have a thing going. That's old gossip, Percy, Annabeth told me. 3,000-year-old gossip. What about Aphrodite's husband? Well, you know, she said. Hephaestus, the blacksmith. He was crippled when he was a baby, thrown off Mount Olympus by Zeus. So he isn't exactly handsome. Clever with his hands, and all, but Aphrodite isn't into brains and talent, you know. She likes bikers. Naruto sighed. Her story makes me sad. Shipped off to marriage after birth, forced to endure a connection to someone you do not know. It was cruel. I never blamed her cheating with Ares. She deserved a choice. In front of them was an empty pool that would have been awesome for skateboarding. It was at least 50 yards across and shaped like a bowl. Around the rim, a dozen bronze statues of Cupid stood guard with wings spread and bows ready to fire. On the opposite side from them, a tunnel opened up, probably where the water flowed into when the pool was full. The sign above it read, Thrill Ride O Love, this is not your parents' tunnel of love. Naruto approached the edge. Guys, look. Marooned at the bottom of the pool was a pink and white two-seater boat with a canopy over the top and little hearts painted all over it. In the left seat, glinting in the fading light, was Ares's shield, a polished circle of bronze. This is too easy, Percy said. So we just walk down there and get it. Annabeth ran her fingers along the base of the nearest Cupid statue. There's a Greek letter carved here, she said. Ada, I wonder. Naruto sighed, channeled his chakra into his body and blurred away. In a flash, He had the shield and was next to his friends, just as a net of golden metal appeared alongside a flood of spiders and a voice counting down. That is why I love my powers, I can avoid stuff like that net. Naruto said, just as Annabeth started screaming. Sighing, he knocked her out and grabbed Percy, blurring away at blinding speeds away from the ride and amusement park. Percy scowled as they, with a now conscious Annabeth, approached the dinner they had been at just before. They saw Ares waiting for them and he whined. Do I really have to behave? Percy, if he unleashes his power, the fox might be released and that would destroy the continent. So yes, behave, thanks.